Okay, that's the dumbest thing I've ever read. Dude, sad people are stupid sometimes. Oh, I know this is just a wild rant to start this stream off with, but somebody's status on Discord is just like, I will never be more than I am now, and that sucks. I will never amount to anything more than... I will never be more than what I am now, and that's... Maybe with that fucking attitude... Do you want to achieve more, bitch? Go do it! Like, unless you're doing everything that you physically can do, and the only things you can't do are like, limited financially, or, like, logically, physically, like... What? I'm about... Photos, full access. It's so fucking annoying. Ugh. Yeah, don't hit the rock. Don't hit the rock. I just want to be done with this. Like, give me a more fun Slayer task, if anything. Shit. I should really get back to questing or something. So true, that's so sad. Also, I got this fancy notepad and, like, mechanical pencils. And I'm, like, blanking on what to write in it. There's, like, gimmick account ideas. Grind plans. It failed me. Dang. I also need to, like, build my playlist. I need to, like, make a playlist of easily coverable songs for myself. Songs I just feel like doing, instead of just sitting there going, nah, 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 nah. Fuck, I need to do my farming run. After I killed this bitch. Can we get that cinematic view? How, like... Oh my god, I'm in Chief Tess's ass. I also love just... They must have just threw down a brown slab. Gah! We've got our Calphite cave carve, and we're just gonna dig out. Just keep hitting me with highs. It is crazy how many people have messaged me hi twice. Like, how the fuck does that even work? Hi. Hey, what's up? What's going on? Hi. Also, how does the eraser work in this? Oh, wait. No. Oh shit, that's the lead. What the fuck is that? Is it just a fidget toy? Like, this is the eraser apparatus. Is it in there? It feels like it should be, but how do I push this up? Oh, it's going. Oh shit, what? Sir? I have a bow and arrow. This hurts. Dude. There's like nothing on the side that I see that pushes the thing up, so. 2-0. Is this Adult Swim posting smiling friends in the art style of home movies? Album number 38. Wait, what the fuck? I like learned about La Russell a year or two ago. Okay, does he just make 3 albums a year? It's like 2018. Why though? Hang on. Okay, there's too many features. Does La Russell have the same flow in all of his songs? This ain't hate. It's I'm skipping through all the songs, and it's mana 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 ma ana 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 ana. It's basically just like if Chance the Rapper didn't change his flow at all. It's Chance the Rapper stuck in verse mode. Is this just all piano? Okay, this is different. Just, all those songs are just the same. Got a lot of music though. It's a hard thing for me, like wanting to like do videos about music and like writing about music, is because like a lot of these rap artists are making like multiple albums a year, and it's so hard to keep track. And a lot of it, like, you know, if we're looking at the entire landscape, like the whole landscape of rap, there's a lot of these artists that are like making multiple albums a year that aren't that fucking good. And like some of them are good and like have some good hits, but like when you're making like 20-30 song mixtapes, multiple a year, and maybe like 6 songs are gonna be good. It is a hard, like, you're just setting a ratio for yourself. Oh, of course it had to be when I didn't have nature runes on me. Why didn't you pick it up? I clicked it. Yeah, I'm keeping the big bones. Those are for Ectofuntus, baby. The bank is right here. Come on, one more trip? One more trip and then back to Edgeville finally? Almost have 50 Slayer. And they're still there, baby. Ow! Dude, this lip thing fucking sucks. About to whip out the music. I was about to say I'm not feeling that chatty, but here I am doing the fucking thing. Oh man, let me just talk about how not fucking talkative I'm feeling. Get the ball rolling. I'm still sitting here like, was that a good... Dude, I need to like finish off agility. The one thing that sucks about the agility grind is that like it doesn't really have any stoppable milestones. You just stop when you feel like stopping. And then I feel ashamed for myself because I'm like, oh man, really 58 agility? Why didn't I just knock it out to 60? But then if I knocked it out to 60, I would have unlocked the Relica rooftop course, and then I'd go there and do some of that. I really am moderately tempted to break out another account. But then it's like, I'm gonna want to make it a member, and I'm gonna want to grind agility now. I have Holdo Core, but, you know, I grinded him up to level 10 combat for Shield of Arav. I just, like, I don't know what I would do on free-to-play. Like, or it's like I know what I would do, but it's like, who gives a shit? Dude, I, like, have viewers, and then I start talking, and I lose the view. Like, what? Fine, I'll quit yapping. Maybe RuneScape ain't the yapping. Okay, this is so weird. On the front page of my YouTube is recommending me this channel named Gambato Gaming, and he's like playing he's playing Granny, the oldest, shittiest horror game of all time. Like, yeah, if you were playing Slender, it'd be more interesting. Like Slender the 8 Pages, even Slender the Arrival. Granny, an hour and a half long, YouTube featured, members only, and the views are hidden. And it's from 2 months ago. Now I want to give a metaphor here, or like a comparison. Imagine like an OnlyFans page that promises you like all this porn, but you can't see what she looks like before you pay $10. Imagine I like become this guy's member. Pause. Resume. Like, I give this guy money so I can watch this video, and it's got like 200 views, and it sucks. And it's like an hour long, not because it's like that good or like deserves to be drawn out, but because it's not fucking edited. Dude, what is on my lip? Fresh milk, the coolest. Oh. I know what we're. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Rude ass fucking ogress spawn. Oh, wait, I know. Wait, what? Just playing RuneScape and watching a video. Doesn't require much input. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Huh? As someone who doesn't play Yomi Hustle, this doesn't make sense to me already. I played it like twice, and like, I don't know what he's talking about. Cause he hasn't really gone and said, hey, this is what fresh milk is. He's just like, yeah, it happened. Fuck, this game is fun. Why did he shut down? Yeah, I forget that character's name, but I know I hate it too. But that Happy Chaos. Come on, man. Like, I get it. Happy Chaos sucks to fight against, but like, you're Ramlethal. Just close the gap. Just close the gap. He shot him once and he just stopped moving and was like, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Like, you're not gonna out-ego a Happy Chaos player. They're playing Happy Chaos. They don't have shame. They threw that out the window to play a character they thought is fun and enjoyable. Now, fucking outplay them. Okay, I can... Oops. Oops.
teleports would be reworked again.
Okay.
In addition to
There's no
giving him a new projectile.
preview for
On
how
August
loud that
25th,
is.
2023, Ivy Slime patched in the missing piece that would unlock Cowboy for the modern era. That missing piece was a move called Foresight. Here's how Foresight works. Instead of being able to teleport immediately, Cowboy now places down a shifting mirage wherever he wants. Then, on subsequent turns, a toggle option shows up in the UI called Shift. If you turn this on after a short startup delay, Cowboy will teleport to the mirage, combining the teleport and the attack into one fluid motion, instead of two separate turns. In some ways, this ended up being better than the old free teleport, but more importantly, it felt a lot better to use. Since the teleport and the attack happen on the same turn, having a Foresight out gave you a lot more threat in neutral. With his signature horizontal slash and backslash, suddenly, you're not just threatening this space, you're threatening this space. But in order to make this an adequate substitute for the old teleport, Ivy had to account for some oddities. For the classic bread and butter combo routes to still work, you needed to be able to simulate the transitions between ground and air states. It wouldn't feel right to be way up here, teleport down to the ground, and still only have access to your aerials. So, he coded in a switch that would detect whether the mirage was touching the ground or not, and had it switch your UI depending. This way you could seamlessly teleport up and do aerials from the ground, or teleport to the ground and do ground-only moves. But it was this small usability fix that would end up getting exploited in ways nobody could have imagined. So
What?
when the patch first dropped, the testers rejoiced. People were ready to dig deep into the new buffs and figure out who would be the one, through experimentation and competition, to redefine the future of Cowboy. The brightest hope was
Dude, Wizard is
an
cool.
insanely creative and dedicated labber from the earliest days, and the only one of that kind to put up results in competition. In fact, he was probably the second or third best player in the world. At this stage in the game's history, every character still had mountains of undiscovered tech. Cowboy's well was drier than the rest, everybody knew that, everyone except Divine. Even in the dullest period of Cowboy history, he kept believing in a breakthrough to come, getting crazy results in weekly tournaments off of the sheer weight of experience and hope. But the first of these loyalists to strike gold wasn't actually Vine. It was a player named Milk Mannerism.
There's something about Yomi Hustle that makes battles where one player's health bar is like almost full and the other one is almost dead so much more tense and so much crazier. Just because the input. Because the playback is so much faster, but I know that the people playing this game are making their decisions turn by turn and frame by frame. It's literally like a board game. Mortal Kombat is a board game. I will kick. I'll jump. Well, I'll jump. Well, I'll punch you.
But he still had the option to shift. What happens if you try to teleport to a mirage that's already doomed? As it turns out, you don't. Cowboy vanishes for a second, but simply reappears where he started. Just to see what would happen, he pressed shift, and then walk, and then suddenly, he was literally walking on air.
What? Wait.
Quick little intermission. I'm kind of new to this YouTube stuff, and I have a feeling this video is going to be my biggest one yet. I definitely want to make more like it in the future, and the reception to all my clips has been pretty good so far. So, if you want to see what I make next, and you want to help other people see it too, consider locking in that subscribe button, and all the other ones down there too.
It's a great video.
So I won't spam you with notifications if you turn on the bell. I'm pretty much the #1 knower on this game's history too, so if you have questions about that, please leave them in the comments, and I'll answer all of them, I promise.
Please give me more Yomi Hustle videos. This is really good.
Unrelated quality of life fixes. Milk Mannerism had discovered how to use grounded moves in the air. The key is that shift toggle switches your UI to the grounded moveset, letting you lock in whatever you want. Cowboy starts to teleport, but this gets cancelled, as the Foresight explodes before the teleport startup frames are finished. You can't teleport if there's no mirage for you to go to, so Cowboy instead just goes back to where he started and does the move you selected. It was almost like a Kara cancel from proper fighting games. Because it only works when you do it as a Foresight is expiring, and it was discovered by milk mannerism, the tech was coined expired milk. To start with, people used it for movement, as if you could walk in the air, you could hold that into future turns and it would repeat, letting you stay safe far above the opponent for a very long time. This was excellent for time restraint, and also just looked pretty funny, so people used it a lot. People also experimented with mid-air super jumps. Eventually, though, people figured out how to use it in combos. You see, Cowboy's best combos usually involve vertical flash, this big overhead swipe that sends them flying. It's used because it does a good chunk of damage and has a ton of hit stun, letting you teleport and set up whatever you want. The best damage Cowboy can get in the air is on the final hit of his 3 combo move. Routing into just the final hit was an art known as T3C, which is a topic worth its own video. But with access to his grounded kit, new options opened up that were better than T3C. If you set up a foresight just right and accounted for where they will be, and somehow managed to line everything
Ooh.
perfectly,
Ooh.
that
Ooh.
one of Cowboy's weaker combo tools. Stinger is great in some ways.
With the
because it does
Celeste
100
music
damage,
too.
has infinite hit
This is
stun.
so good.
You heard me right. Infinite hit stun. You see, Yummy Hustle's combo system has a DI mechanic, like from Smash Bros, that lets you influence the direction of knockback as you get hit. DIing up is very strong because you force people to use their limited air options to chase you and eventually drop the combo. To combat this, some moves are given this infinite hit stun property, meaning that if you get hit by it, you're in hit stun until you touch the ground, serving as a read against DI up. The catch is that if you DI down against Stinger, you just get knocked down, and Cowboy can't combo you anymore. This made it risky to go for, as you might get a perfect follow-up, but you might be ending a combo early. Being able to use it in the air changed everything, though. You could just do a huge chunk of damage and get any follow-up you wanted, no matter what, no strings attached. Another key piece was backslash. Backslash is normally used as an anti-air because, I mean, look at it.
Duh.
But right here, on the very tip of the sword, there's a sweet spot hitbox that does way more damage and hit stun.
What?
Landing this sweet spot on the ground was already difficult enough, but being able to set it up in the air, that was the ultimate way to style on someone.
Dude, that juggle combo is ridiculous.
Too. With these 2 tools in hand, people got cooking.
Oh my god.
Expired milk was cool, but there was just no way it was going to be the revolution Cowboy needed. It took way too much setup to be practical or consistent. Not only did you have to put a foresight down on the ground, combo them far away from it, and then time the expiry just right, you needed to perfectly align your positioning to actually land the hit, on top of accounting for the weird momentum properties of grounded moves. Plus, combos were never really Cowboy's biggest problem anyway. When the patch officially released, Cowboy was better, sure, and certainly more fun, but he still had a lot of the same problems making him worse than the other 3. By this point, Robot was dominating, and Ninja walked all over Cowboy, so competitively, things were looking grim. But that didn't deter Cowboy players. They were used to that by now, and they kept looking for answers. About a month after the 1.4 patch in May, Cowboy was still a lot worse than the other 3. But in the time since Expired Milk was discovered, people had dug deeper. Vine Ryo and Turbo Rada, 2 legends of the character, were hard at work. It was something of a renaissance period for the old swordsman. Tech like ICBL, the Intercontinental Ballistic Lasso, let him end his combos with nasty, safe 50.
Intercontinental Ballistic Lasso. Dude.
People had also refined their movement more, finding safer ways to approach and force interactions, with tragic dashing and impale cancels. They also figured out how to teleport in 1 frame. In the slowly dwindling hype, one day, in Cowboy chat, someone asked an innocent question. The topic gets on to Air Stinger and Expired Milk. But suddenly, Bunker, another venerated laver, sees this and gets
RuneScape talker, really? What? This adds execution to Yomi Hustle! What?
Okay, so to go over what the fuck just happened, Cowboy changed forever on May 4th, 2023. But over a month earlier, Kyle Bunker had discovered an entirely new way to do grounded moves in the air on accident. He had heard about expired milk, vaguely, went into single player to test it himself, and assumed that what he found was what everyone was talking about. Not thinking much of it, he kept quiet, until the conversation you just saw blew the meta wide open. As it turns out, Yomi Hustle doesn't actually check that you're allowed to do a certain move before letting you lock it in. It simply assumes that if the move was illegal, it wouldn't have shown up on your UI to begin with. Bunker's tech abused this assumption by putting a foresight on the ground, like expired milk, but instead of waiting for it to expire, you would toggle shift and then press spacebar to lock in the move immediately after. If you did it fast enough, the game would accept your input before it could realize you weren't supposed to do that and deselect it. This effectively added some level of mechanical skill to a turn-based game where everyone has perfect execution. If you messed up the timing of the button press, you would just do nothing instead, which would usually drop your combo or get you hit by attacks. But if you could get it right, the possibilities were endless. Because of the relation to expired milk, and the way that it opened up a whole new world, this new tech was dubbed Fresh Milk. Fresh Milk is immensely stronger than expired milk. Like, absurdly stronger.
The
It's
airwalk
so
for
much
style points.
Expired milk was a funny gimmick, and you'd go down as a legend if you hit it in top 8. But fresh milk was god mode. For one thing, despite the timing requirement, it was a lot easier to use, as you could do it immediately without having to set up an expiring foresight. It was also way more versatile. You could fresh milk on either the falling edge or the rising edge, either by switching the toggle on.
And I don't
as
have
you
the
press
inventory
spacebar,
space for the loot
or
with one
switching it
more.
off.
That's
These two
ridiculous.
versions
I'm
had
still
different
doing it.
properties. When toggling it on, rising edge, you kept the teleport from shift, but could do it with the illegal half of your moveset. When toggling it off, falling edge, you skipped the teleport entirely, and just got to do your move, which had no startup penalty at all, and didn't even consume the foresight.
What?
And yes, both of these versions could be reversed. Not only could you do grounded moves in the air, you could do aerial moves on the ground. The easier setup and lack of startup penalty meant that landing stingers and backslashes was much more consistent. It also opened up the possibility of this teleporting stabby move and Cowboy's best combo ender. Previously, the startup penalty made expired milk impale far too slow to land in a rail game, but now, this ender's sole downside of only being usable on the ground was gone. He could now get optimal damage and decent follow-up pressure off of every single combo. To make things even better, since falling edge fresh milk doesn't consume your foresight, you could chain fresh milk back to back, as many times as you wanted until the foresight expired. With these tools, Cowboy's Punish game turned godlike, easily cranking out burst-safe 7Ks with no DI counterplay to speak of. Outside of combos, fresh milk was also a revolution for Cowboy's movement. You could use the grounded version of jump in midair, which doesn't take away an air option, allowing for effectively infinite airtime as long as you had a foresight on the ground. As moves like Stinger and Pommel were never designed to be used midair, they had weirdly coded momentum properties that let you float around like a butterfly. The ability to use air moves on the ground also gave him new movement opportunities. One of Cowboy's main weaknesses had always been that on the ground, he's locked to slow walking instead of fast dashing like everyone else. But with fresh milk? You could use your air dash on the ground to wave dash around like crazy, and get where you wanted quickly and safely. You can also use 3 combo down, which would instantly land cancel, halting your momentum and leaving you actionable in 5 frames. That recovers almost twice as fast as waiting, jumping, or walking. With these options combined, a grounded cowboy could now perfectly control his movement, stop just outside your range, and because 5 frames is faster than most attacks in this game, he could just react to anything you do and block it or punish it. He was now a god of footsies. And as if all that wasn't enough, access to a mixed moveset also supercharged his neutral. Being in the air is much safer than being on the ground in this game, so good players will jump a lot. But with Fresh Milk, Cowboy could use Pommel in the air for a 4-frame aerial attack, a privilege only matched by Robot. He could
Ooh, I have
also use ground moves to
427
punish air grabs in
veterans.
situations where no other character could. Using aerials on the ground
I guess
also
I've been
opened up new
stockpiling 'em.
possibilities. He could use the air version of Block on the ground, allowing him to parry both highs and lows with one move. He could use aerial vertical slash on the ground for a 5-frame attack that not only beat grabs, but was an unscaled combo starter. He could even use Ankle Cutter in the air, granting him access to the game's only ever aerial low. Blocking high to parry an airborne cowboy was no longer safe. Finally, having access to Impale and Horizontal Slash midair allowed him to shut down all the airspace around him, as well as punish projectiles from places you'd never expect. The possibilities were so endless that out of panic, the mods of the Labber Discord server privated the entire channel where Fresh Milk was discovered. They feared that if fully exploited, it would bring Cowboy back to the tyranny of beta and ruin the game again. Omnipotent movement, brutal burst save punish game, and total control over anywhere on the screen, it all just sounded too familiar. Vine Ryo in particular was also worried that the tech could be applied to other toggles and
I didn't even
stances,
do anything,
and could
Siri.
end up enabling nasty tech on every character. It also exposed a dark truth about the game's security. If the game didn't actually validate whether your moves were legal, and instead relied on UI code to limit movesets, it should be pretty trivial to develop a cheat mod that just overrides your UI, enabling every button, letting you do any
Where did
move
those 3
whenever
air
you wanted.
talisman come from?
After a day of testing and thinking about it, though, it was found that it was pretty much just a cowboy thing. And we figured that if it ended up being too crazy, we could just ban it in tournaments, since it's not like you could use it without people noticing. And plus, just fuck it, right? This thing is too cool to be 5 people's secret. Let them eat milk.
Let them eat milk. Where the fuck are my curry trees? Oh, they're sitting there not in the farming tab.
To put it plainly, everyone knew this shit was busted, and since it was very obviously a game-breaking oversight, during the next unstable testing phase, the developer was notified, and he began working on a fix. Rest in peace, Fresh Milk. Or, wait, oops, he changed how the lock-in code works and broke the entire game. Well, reverted. Okay, let's try again. Lock-in changed it again, game still works, rest in peace, Fresh Milk. Or, yeah, so Bowser, a legendary labber who's barely even played multiplayer, was still able to get it. Whatever fix Ivy had tried, it was no match for Bowser's supremely laggy laptop. All he had to do was change the timing a little bit. Okay, yep, now it's gone. Nope, Bowser got it again. Alright, we found it. Finally, Fresh Milk was dead. The tournament scene could rest safe.
Stop killing Fresh Milk. I will eat paper if this is real. The milk is slightly sour. Hashtag milk sweep. What the milk? I don't get it. Fresh Milk is begging to be in the game by some official capacity. Unstable. This milk is getting sour. We're counting on you, Bowser. He's fighting it.
4.26-steam-milk stable. Finally, fresh milk was dead. Rest in peace, fresh milk.
Oh, why?
People desperately tried more methods to replicate it over the
Honestly,
months,
after
with
all of
mixed
that, the
success.
fact, like,
Bowser
knowing
even
it
wrote an
comes back
autocomplete
is
script that would
extra
type 12
sad, because
megabytes of text
one, it's
into
like,
the
why
chat
did I just
window
watch all that?
instantly,
And
lightening
two,
the
I feel
internet
bad
to
for
make fresh
Ivy.
milk briefly possible. Vine
Worked
also
so hard
tried
to
a
patch it.
pre-programmed macro to get the timing perfect every time. But this wasn't tech, it was just really funny cheating. For now, Cowboy returned to mediocrity,
Really funny
languishing at
cheating.
the bottom of the tier list, yearning for the long-awaited gun rework to finally make
It's
him a
not
real
cheating.
character.
It's fucking
The
hilarious.
tech renaissance slowed down and stagnated, and Wizard, Ninja, and Robot rose to even higher peaks of brokenness. Even with the power of foresight, Cowboy was still paying for his crimes in beta, left in the dust, forever excluded from the modern era. At least, that's what we thought. But Cowboy players don't give up. Unsatisfied with the current state of the character, and confident that he understood how to fix it, Vine Ryo took matters into his own hands. He developed a mod from scratch, implementing the gun rework himself. The hit-scan bullet had always been a sour spot for the community, and the counterplay was very uninteresting and shallow. So, Vine's mod turned his bullets from instant hit-scan flashes to just really fast projectiles. These projectiles couldn't be parried, could ricochet off of walls and floors, and those ricochet angles could be controlled with foresight and the DI wheel. It was an interesting addition to the character, and it gave him much more strategy. The mod was so well received by the developer and community that it actually got implemented into the game officially as a feature. This ended up being a pretty huge buff. Instead of just pure 50-50 parry gambling on people's block, you could force people to block your bullet on one turn, bounce it off of foresight just right so it hits them again, and then loop this over and over until the bullet despawned, keeping them locked down while you pile on chip damage and farm meter. The Rift toggle, which previously just detonated your foresight, now also acted as a portal for all your active bullets, making it much less punishing to miss, and letting him get more value out of his resources. Temporal Round, previously a garbage super, took on these properties as well, but it was faster, and its hitbox didn't affect the Cowboy. All of this plus some quality of life buffs and combos, and suddenly, Cowboy was back in the game. He didn't just have to hit you on a lucky guess anymore. He could use slow projectiles to close off space and force people to block, which is the formula that made Wizard so dominant for so long. When patch 1.7 dropped on July 5th, 2023, for the first time ever since the dark ages of pre-release, he was considered the strongest. A few months of remembering what that's like, and people had had enough. Huge things were on the horizon for Yummy Hustle and its competitive scene. Ivy Sly was working on the biggest update in the game's history, completely overhauling the block system, taking it from a binary 50-50 parry or die button to a more safe, frame data-based affair, with block strings and mix-ups closer to how blocking works in traditional 2D fighters. To coincide with the release of this update, he was also funding a $2,000 invitational, a major tournament circuit that would take place over the course of November and December. There would be 4 qualifier tournaments, and the top 8 from each of those would get to compete in the 32-person bracket. This tournament was massive, and the story of Olympus is a long one, and a topic worth its own video. What you need to know now is that in the patch testing cycle before this big tournament, tensions were high. Cowboy interacted crazy well with the block system. His bullets were given extra block stun, and he could lock people down even better,
I think this is it.
forcing huge chip damage to farm meter, which you could
I'm
finally
always
spend in
scared I
ways
don't
that
have all
matter.
my items.
So, because of the backlash to this Cowboy, he got nerfed again. All over. In all sorts of small ways that really added up. When the dust settled and the patch was finalized before the tournament, Cowboy was once again, sadly, the worst character in the game. Not for any fundamental weakness this time, but just because he was undertuned. And now, of all times, a promising up-and-comer would make a discovery. This Albanian is a Turner.
What?
He's kind of a jobber. He doesn't win much, but he's trying. A year from now, he'll be a decorated top player, and even seriously in the conversation for Cowboy GOAT. And that's partially because of what he's about to do. So, he posts this Discord message and everyone freaks out. Fresh milk was patched a long time ago, what do you mean you brought it back? Turns out this one was a false alarm. He'd only figured out a new setup for expired milk, which was still in the game, and just like Pile Bunker months ago, was confusing the two.
Oh.
No, see, you don't destroy the foresight, that's not how it works. Look at this old video. And a couple hours later, Eternum basically comes back to say, oh, you mean like this? Yeah, he was doing fresh milk in single player on the current patch. He had figured out a workaround of whatever fix Ivy had tried to cobble together. You simply needed to hold the spacebar, and then hold your mouse on the shift toggle, and then release them both at the same time. Eternum had discovered negative edge execution in a turn-based mouse
I my axe.
game. Fresh milk was possible once again. Now, as it turns out, he wasn't actually the first to try this method. Bowser used to get one of his milks in the back-and-forth patch war with Ivy. So what this meant is that there wasn't actually anything special about the negative edge input. Just doing it the old way worked fine. It was less consistent before, and the timing was a bit stricter, but it wasn't hard to learn. Here's some guy getting it on his laptop on the first try. Somehow,
that's actually fucking
his fix for the bug. It was decided at this point that trying to patch it out again was a futile affair. Since it was still banned in competitive play,
Wait, what?
It was instantly obvious if you'd used it. The only problem it raised was top players goofing around in griefing pub lobbies. So it was left untouched, and for a while, fresh milk was just that. A novelty for competitive players to use in casual games.
Okay, I can plant Irit.
At this point, with a frozen patch in the biggest tournament in Yumi Hustle history right around the corner, the Cowboy players had begun to feel cheated.
I can't even clean Irit.
Viability and just tasted what it was like to be competitive again. For this, Cowboy had gotten kneecapped in 1.8, while Wizard and Robot got away with murder. Wizard had absurd neutral, taking all of Cowboy's space control for half the risk and none of the resource investment. And Robot was a freight train that just couldn't be stopped, with
Herolander.
Safe punishes,
How many Herolanders
approaches, and the strongest advantage state in Yumi Hustle history, with safe 50-50s, corner combos off his command grab, combos off his air grab, combos off of unblockables, forced unscaled chip damage, and damage resistance to make comebacks nigh impossible.
It's just the fact that I have 20
Wizard was somehow still a little better than him. You can imagine people were a bit more upset about Robot. Ninja was also okay, I guess. Cowboy's place in this meta was unclear.
Okay,
he didn't really have any winning matchups. No horribly losing ones either, but nothing.
Forgot the axe.
And all of his strengths were just
and everything else
by other characters. He had upsides, sure, but there just wasn't much practical reason to play him anymore. To balance this out, people started considering legalizing fresh milk. This led to a lot of fierce debate in the community. Was fresh milk too broken? Would this cowboy at his true potential even end up stronger than Wizard or Robot? Did he even need it? Maybe the cowboy down players were wrong. But the execution element could add a lot of tension and hype to the tournament streams, for a game that can admittedly be a little boring to watch live. While there were a lot of strong arguments both ways, the tournament organizers eventually voted to keep fresh milk banned for the Olympus tournament circuit. The biggest reason wasn't even one of balance, it was one of competitive integrity. In Yumi Hustle, there's this big design principle of perfect information. Through checking your opponent's possible moves and predictions, you can calculate exactly what would happen if you picked this move and I picked that move. It just shows you. Because fresh milk was inputted with the lock-in button, though, you were always kind of shooting blind with it. The moves aren't supposed to be possible to begin with, so predictions don't acknowledge them. You had to guess the spacing of your attacks and movement based on practice and vibes, and then lock them in immediately. But for the other side, this meant that fresh milk didn't really have any countermeasure.
Fucking cunt.
Like strong options belonging to other characters, it was invisible. You pretty much had to blindly guess how to deal with a fresh milked option, instead of being able to check for sure what could happen. You couldn't really build an intelligent strategy against it. There was also the problem of it being hardware dependent, as a laggier game could actually perform fresh milk more easily. The macros that Vine had developed were also still out there, and there would be no way of knowing if someone was cheating the input. As cool and interesting and hype as fresh milk was, these factors proved too much for people to be comfortable allowing it back into competitive play. So, despite all the efforts from Cowboy players over the months, status quo came back. The results of the Olympus Invitational were a massacre for Cowboy. Out of the handful of Cowboy players that qualified, all of them got eliminated within the first 2 rounds, including Mello and Vine, 2 of the greatest Yumi Hustle players of all time. In fact, the only games that Cowboy won in the entire bracket were against other Cowboy players. When playing anything other than a mirror match, Cowboy
that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen, watching those weeds come up.
It was a wash. The down players were right. Despite how functional and smart his gameplay finally was, despite clinging on to old fundamental strengths, Cowboy just couldn't do it in this meta. The competition was just too broken. Top 8 of the most stacked major in Yomi Hustle history was made up of 2 ninjas, 2 robots, and 4 wizards. Except, not quite. You see, Elicard, the undisputed greatest player of all time, was playing ninja. But back when he started playing the game, he was on Cowboy. I've even used a lot of clips from his YouTube channel in this video. Cowboy was always his favorite, but when the character fell off, Elicard just couldn't keep playing him. Being a low tier hero is no fun when the things that made you like the character in the first place just aren't there anymore. He liked Ninja fine enough, and that was always a consistently good character. So aside from briefly messing around in patch 1.7, Elicard never really looked back. And he'd only come out of retirement to compete for the massive prize pool. So, in Grand Finals, coming from loser's side, he knew that one way or another, Olympus would be his swan song.
I forgot to
And he wanted
bang.
to end it the way he began.
Okay, thanks for the fucking iron arrow.
I won't spoil how the rest of that set went. Elicard has a great video on his channel showcasing his run. You might have picked up that that's me in Grand Finals with him, so if you want to watch 2.5 hours worth of gameplay review, I've got a link in the description. And soon, I'll be making another video, like this one, on the history of Olympus, start to finish, so subscribe to see when that comes out. But suffice it to say, the strongest player in history on the weakest character of today made for a spectacular
Maybe I should remember to
and
plant
he
an
proved
Unio.
there was still some life in the old samurai.
Nah, I don't have Watchtower teleport. Should I just do Watchtower quest?
After Olympus was done and dusted, another big patch was in the works, which was to introduce Mutant, a brand new character, and rebalance the cast down from the broken heights of Olympus. Cowboy was owed
Thought I had
reparations, and the
Jangerberries.
reparations he got. Although Temporal Round and Teleport were good supers, they still weren't really on par with the value other characters got for their meter. So, continuing along the Foresight theme, Cowboy got 2 new free-action toggles. The first was Sight, spend 1 meter to instantly spawn a Foresight on your location at the beginning of your turn. This increased his flexibility a lot, as being able to multitask Foresight with something else effectively made his strongest plays able to come 1 turn sooner. And finally, to bring the saga of Fresh Milk to a close once and for all, Foresight got a new toggle. Not Shift, not Rift, but Drift. That's right, Ivy Sly coded in an homage to Fresh Milk into the actual game. It cost 1 meter to use, and it did destroy your Foresight, but other than that, it was almost identical to a Falling Edge Fresh Milk. It lets you do grounded moves in the air and aerial moves on the ground. The movement applications had been nerfed, with the wave dash looking like, this.
That's cool. Come on.
And mid-air jumps properly costed the resources they were supposed to. But since these were intended legal moves now, you could finally see an aerial stinger in predictions. Drift also retained the benefit of having no startup penalty, just like Fresh Milk. With these powers combined, aerial stingers and backflash sweet spots became much more accessible and a lot easier to freestyle into, rather than needing specific setups or tight execution. Which brings us to today. Fresh Milk is still in the game, lying dormant as a sort of open secret. Every now and then some cowboy player will fuck around in public lobbies, and the poor victims always show up in the Discord baffled, saying they caught a cheater. And every time, we all do it, and we tell them the story. It's still banned, but that doesn't matter, because Cowboy has Drift. And now, perhaps for the first time ever, he's just a solid, healthy, balanced character. Not the best, and not the worst. And as for that clip from the intro, yeah, so I was supposed to be managing that tournament. Fresh Milk was not allowed, but FaZe did it anyway. Also turns out FaZe was a turn'em on an alt. Nobody really complained about it though. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. Whoops. Love for your character is the force that keeps fighting game communities going, and the engine that drives their deepest stories. From the day it first released in November of 2022, thousands of people have been competing in Yomi Hustle, and so many of those have been Cowboy fans. And when he fell into months of mediocrity and emptiness, he never could have made it back up were it not for all the people
Fucking
who loved
guess
him
what,
anyway.
Ivy?
The legend of Fresh Milk still echoes through the halls of the Yomi discords, because it's a story about an icon remade in the community's image through sheer ingenuity and passion. But it's not just Cowboy players who remember those days fondly, and we don't just remember it because it's a colorful past. The innovators, the experimenters, and even the cheerleaders and spectators treated this game like a playground, and when their boy fell down the slide, they broke the rules and walked him back up. On some level, everyone who gets good at this game is waiting for that day to come for their main, pushing this little indie fighter to its absolute limits, so that maybe, someday, just like Vine Ryle, Pile Bunker, and Milk Mannerism, their momentary fun can leave a permanent mark on the future.
Banger. Oh no, I don't have a fallback. For the love of God, how many times? Wait, I have dwellberries? Shelter those who gather. Okay, I realize again that I should do the farming guild first. Because the timer. So let me go do that. Shelter those who gather. Game has real-time combat, but the only fight that matters is Aerith versus Tifa for Cloud's attention. He's just like me for real. Dude, what the fuck? Hey, quest exam. Please. Why? I'm starting to feel like it's on purpose. Well, those weren't all swords, but I'll take what I can get. Ooh. Ooh, did the mic pick that up? My circle lit green on Discord. Shelter those who gather. Shit. Oops. I want to pick Slayer because I want the grind to end. But Herblore in construction. And I also am worried I'm like not gonna get that much. How much? Okay, because I've been disappointed by XP events. Book of Knowledge, OSRS. Reading it grants experience equivalent to 15 times the level of the selected skill. You fucking kidding me? I thought it was gonna be like a 15 times. Blood, sweat, blood. I wept. When heaven let them die. 735 is not much. $390? That would just put it painfully close to a level. $645. Same boat. Is that just how it's going to be for all these? Or am I just getting nudges now? Little tidbits. I guess that's just how it is. Oh my god, that hurt. I'm gonna scream. I just wanted to click the fucking leprechaun. That was so That was too much. That was too much. I'm out here doing too much. So stick to me. Stick to me like a... Oh, shit. I'll have to like figure out all the farming crops I can cook with. Too young to get bitter over it all. Okay, is it Cat Girl Ally or Cat Girl Ally? I was about to ask, didn't I already have... Wait a minute, what am I... Oh, the Draymond. I was about to ask, what am I wielding if I have both the axe and the bow in my inventory? I didn't get the... Are you kidding? Oh, wait. Oh my god, I see it. I see it on Discord. It's gonna pop up again. There it is. Don't marigolds grow in like 20 minutes? 10. It's just gonna grow in 10 minutes. Tell that bitch I'll be right back, I guess. I shouldn't even grow anything else. Because I'm gonna be back in like 10 minutes. These other crops are still gonna be growing for like another 50. I shouldn't have said that to Felix. Now they're gonna be like, what does that even mean? And I'm about to be like, dude, right click on the game. Did I just watch that mine? Oh my god. That's the second time I've caught a star crashing on stream. Mining level of 70. Alright, I can't even mine it. I'll go fuck myself. This inventory is cursed. I need to like equip iron arrows and... Does the other Ava device give me steel? Like... Come on. First time planting watermelons. Don't pick the nasturtium.
On December 2nd, we released our third commercial game, Get to Work, a rage game about climbing the corporate ladder on rollerblades that rewards hitting clean jumps, smooth lines, and precision, and punishes, well, pretty well every mistake. And during our development, playtesters kept saying one thing: I can't wait to see the speedrun of this game. And holy, they were right. The number of jaw-dropping, brain-busting strats the runners came up with during our speedrun competition was beyond our wildest expectations.
What in the f*** am I watching?
This is the story of how speedrunners broke our rage game, Get to Work. Now, before I dive in, this video contains a ton of spoilers. So if you plan on playing the game, I'd strongly suggest trying it first and then coming back to this video. You've been warned. Here we go. The goal of Get to Work is to reach the top. You start in your parents' basement, work your way through various jobs, and end up as CEO. Now,
Why
Get
would
to Work
there...
is a hard game. Even the first section of the game, which is used to teach you the main mechanics, caused people to struggle.
Dude, it's not. I don't. Okay.
And as you progress through the game only gets harder.
The pipe! No! Do this.
And harder.
Put a bullet through my skull!
And harder. And of the 8% of people who actually beat the game, it usually takes them anywhere from 8
To embezzlement.
No!
All of your hard work
Let's go!
to 15 hours.
Yeah!
Credit where credit is due, out of all the big streamers, Ludwig beat the game the fastest in 5 hours and 15 minutes.
Wow.
Hard work has finally paid off.
And let me tell you, even as the dev of the game, that's an incredibly
Wow.
impressive time.
No, that's
But
impressive.
Speedrunners are built a little different. Day one was the Wild West. You see, we were holding a speedrun competition for the fastest times after days 1, 3, and 10. And on day one, nobody had seen or played the game, so everyone was really just trying to get a feel for the mechanics.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh my god! The warehouse manager role is mine! Woo!
Beat the game for the first time, and get a good first run. Dan Corona, a variety streamer known for speedrunning Pogo Stuck, was one of the first runners to submit a competitive time. For context, Dan beat the game for the first time in under 3 hours.
Sub 3 hours! Sub 3!
Like I said, speedrunners are built different.
Yeah.
Now, this run has no major skips, but acts as a good baseline. for
Honestly,
all
if you know
future
anything
runs.
about speedrun
This is
tech
the entire run
at
from
all,
start
like
to
if you have a
finish. To
baseline
make it easier to
speedrunning
digest,
knowledge,
I've split the run into 6
once you
major
start
sections.
playing a
These
new
sections
game
each
for the
have multiple
first time, you
checkpoints,
will
which is
start
what you
like
can see
throwing
in the built-in
yourself at
speedrun
things
timer
that
we
look
included in the
like
game.
clippable or
The first section of the
like
game is
double
blocked for
jumpable or
jumps.
like
It's meant to
manipulatable.
be a massive
It's
arcade
so
with very
like hard to
hidden
erase.
jumps. Once you
It's
land
what
in the
hurt
first
me,
view, you're in the
like-
pendulum section. These
Like I
little
played
swinging
through
platforms are called
like
pendulums.
Jedi Fallen
If you
Order
right
and
click, they
Jedi
launch you
Survivor,
nicely
and I
into
was
the
like,
air.
oh my god. Or I didn't play
Individually,
Jedi
with some good
Survivor,
time,
but I
they're
played through
pretty
Fallen
easy
Order.
to hit, but as we'll see
And then
in
like
later
Survivor would
runs,
like just
chained
come out.
together is very
I was like,
hard.
oh my god,
Dan
this
does
game's a
it at several
masterpiece.
paces
I would love to
quickly
see what like Joseph
noticeable
Anderson
and
thinks of
ends
this
up
game.
as a warehouse train.
And then the clip of
This
him
section is
playing the
relatively
game, he's
straightforward,
literally
several jumps
just
used to teach new
breaking
players how to maneuver,
everything.
and it quickly brings you into the first
It's like
big
this
section
game is
of the
so
game,
bad, and it's
the
like, dude,
warehouse. The warehouse is a massive
the
open
game wouldn't be so
structure
bad
with
if you
lots
weren't
of jumps
fucking
and
trying to
fast
break
jumps.
it.
A grabbable platform that launches the player forward. Dan doesn't use any skips and continues to work his way through the warehouse following the normal path. And as you can see, the red lines, which indicate his route, cross over a lot in between the various slingshots, the open jumps that weave back and forth, and the sheer speed you can get from all of the elements. You can see there's a lot of room for improvement. Bumper skip. This was obviously incredibly intentional. Doesn't do the second part.
It doesn't even do the second part. Even I do that.
Yeah.
I haven't even beat the game yet.
Yeah. Dan right now is just running on pure.
Why didn't he
solid,
jump that?
fundamental mechanics. And as you can see,
I
as this
would've
video
jumped
keeps
that.
going, the room is really big and really open, and he moves into what I call the A-frame section. These black textured A-shaped obstacles are quite tricky and require a great deal of precision. But Dan makes it through into the unpaid intern
I wanna play
section,
this game.
where he struggles for a good solid 3 minutes.
The grinders are just trying to like get a solid, no mistakes time, no big falls. Dude, it's funny. There's a lot of mistakes too. He's like, fucking.
But then he does his first skip. This is the 4 floors, and the normal route has you going around and around, gaining height each time. But what's cool about this section is that it takes you back to the same jump every time. But since you gain height, you can jump higher every lap, which is how you climb up the 4 floors. And between you and me, it's definitely one of the levels I'm most proud of. Come on, that's kind of a cool idea.
It's cool.
Anyway, Dan figures out if you launch.
I mean,
off
it's
the
not the
level
first
at
time
a
it's been
perfect
done,
angle,
but it's
you can get
it
first
always
into
works.
4-3 skip.
and skip a floor. After beating the rest of the level, he moves on to a new section I haven't shown yet, the Junior Financial Analyst section. This is roughly the halfway point and introduces one of my favorite level features, the giant cogs. These massive cogs spin around. and
Oh,
when you
I
grab
ran all the
onto
way to
them
the
and
fairy
release,
ring.
They fling you into the air.
But,
They're a
like,
ton of
I'm just
fun
gonna-
and allow us to create a bigger, more open section than any other level so far. And after traversing all the way through,
I'm just gonna do
you
the
end up
Canifus
at the
one.
infamous bumper section. This is the section that destroys casual players.
Okay, everyone was saying there was a skip here. Webby, you can skip this whole area. It's like bait. All right, say goodbye to the ramp, everybody. Chat, wave. We're not gonna see that ramp ever again. What did I do? Wave, chat. Why did I do that? Why did I do that?
Now, bless his heart, even with diagrams and strategic planning, it took popular streamer Pay Money Wubby an hour and 45 minutes to get through this section, which is very normal. And let me say, it was damn entertaining to see him conquer this section.
God, I need to play this game.
There are speedrunners who are like, yeah, I'll just go do it in 2 minutes. I'll be back up.
Actually, Dan does it in 1 minute and 58, but potato. And what's really crazy is he does it without any crazy skips and makes a couple of mistakes along the way. But again, it's making great time. And moves in.
He just brushes over it like it's nothing.
If you look at middle management and you're confused about where
What
to
was
go,
the Pay Money
well,
Wubby bit
that's
for?
because this
Just to
section
show that he
is
sucks at the game?
the maze. The goal is to slowly work your way up the
I'm kidding.
pyramid, but
I'm
the normal
kidding.
player experience has a lot more looking around,
Not again.
crying, yelling,
Okay.
more yelling,
That's crazy!
and angry.
This game blows. This game blows.
But if you complete the normal route with no mistakes like Dan does, you conquer the maze that is middle management in 2 minutes and 25 seconds and move on to the second part of middle management that we call the giant slope. This section has you traversing jumps back and forth as you climb up to become department head and takes you into the last middle management
Department
section
hall.
where Dan introduces the first truly major skip of the game. Now, normally, to beat the final section of middle management, you have to hit some very tricky, precise jumps that loop you around and back, and then hit a big final jump that if you screw up, will punish you severely and drop you all the way down.
Oh no!
But instead of doing the big full loop, he just skips it. Let me explain. This is the wall bounce skip. My intention with this level was for the player to drive up to it, attempt to grab it, but realize that it's just out of reach. And to be clear, every player tries to hit the wall and get up. We knew about this. And so what Dan does is not easy, but at the perfect angle and speed, he bounces off the wall and triggers the hang mechanic. This is the hang mechanic. When you grab onto a lower part of a ledge, the character enters ragdoll mode. And by waving the joystick around, you can flop around and come to terms with all of the progress you're about to lose when you let go. Unless, of course, your game mysteriously crashes.
Your game crashed now. This is f***ing weird. Yeah, is it my driver's jet? Is it a patch or something?
However, if you time your flop properly, the momentum will give you a tiny bit of an up, allowing you to recover from platforms.
Let's go.
Now, this mechanic is intentionally janky. Flopping the character is fairly unintuitive, making recovery more difficult. But with good practice, you can really get some decent height.
Oh my god, I'm smelling it.
Now you can tell Dan is still learning the mechanics since it's day one, but with the perfect bounce, he can just barely trigger the hang grab, use that fling to fling himself up, shaving off 2 full minutes of regular run, taking him straight into the final section. Now, if the beginning of the game was a difficulty of 1 and middle management was a 5, the final section is a 20. This is where we take
No, you can't show me all that and then say
50 to 70% of their playtime.
this is what pisses me off about these rage games is because they just show like this guy was on this part for like an hour and this guy was on this part for like 3 hours. And this part is like difficulty 5 and this is part at right here like at the end is difficulty 20. Our game is only 8 hours long.
No! I really thought I had that.
Or I say that the game would be 8 to 14 hours if you sit there and dedicate yourself to it.
And yes, we made a custom monkey skin just for him, and no, you won't be able to get it. Now, the section is comprised of 3 smaller rooms, and you have to jump between building to building to get to the next part. Every time you have to cross, you have to do so via this double half-oval jump. And because there are 3 rooms, you have to do this jump 3 full times, and this jump is hard. After missing twice, Dan clutches up and rips through the rest of the levels.
Yes.
With no mistakes, and completes the game
No, it's a W. That's a W.
in an incredible time of 31:51, solidifying himself as the best speedrunner for the day 1 competition.
That's solid.
Okay, I saw that person in his chat say Piku Niku is one of the most enjoyable short games I've ever played. I
Nah, I'm just kidding. Speedrunners are crazy.
Couldn't
We're just getting
finish it.
started
I
on
didn't.
day 1.
Dan didn't win?
Dan did not win.
Oh, I thought Dan won.
Motherfucker, Dan wasn't even close.
Wow.
You see, while Dan was grinding for a good time, there were a plethora of other runners.
I think I said motherfucker like I do.
Okay, so it seems like you can climb corners.
Said motherfucker Dan wasn't even close.
more creative ways.
I've clipped out of bounds.
One creative runner by the name of Civitit had sent us a run with a very interesting discovery. Now, the first part of his run isn't particularly interesting. In fact, he does no skips in the run, and it takes him 16 minutes to get to the unpaid internship. And for context, Dan Corona was here in 7 minutes. But in Civitit's submission form, he accidentally wrote that he got a time of 17:51, which makes no sense. Okay, I take that back. It makes perfect sense.
Is there a patch notes yet?
Who asked for patch notes, bitch? Holy, that's a shortcut.
This is the jump pad ragdoll skip, and it's obviously pretty OP. Now, the rules of the competition had been pretty clear that something as broken as this wouldn't be allowed since it would ruin any skill in the game. And you can see that he messes up the skip a couple of times, and even still manages to skip all the way to the top. Luckily, Cividit reached out very early on before he had committed to learning the skip.
Oh!
He asked him to record a run with the skip anyway, because let's be real, this bug is hilarious. And very shortly after, other runners like Smallant found the jump pad.
Are you sure it's Cividit and not Civad YT?
Holy!
By this point, it's getting late in the day, and several runners have started to really start to grind the game.
The marigolds fucking
Especially
died!
discovered in his first playthrough that by grabbing onto certain physics-based items, it would, on rare
It's a
occasions,
flower that
cause the
takes
player's
10
fly
minutes to
freak
grow
out,
and this
launching
shit
them
died.
into the air. Unfortunately, after an hour of trying to make it work, it ended up being too hard to reproduce.
Shave my head and put on my suit. Oh, come outside the map.
We also probably would have banned it, so sorry, Spectacore. But despite that being a flop, he discovered one of the most important skips of the day. This is the interview section, and I glossed over it because after the runners learned about this skip, no one ever runs
Did I
it again.
put them back?
For normal
Oh my
players,
god, I
you have
did.
to go through these ovals that become increasingly tighter and tighter until you reach the top, where you have to hit a final, incredibly tight oval to complete the unpaid intern section. But a Spectacore discovers that as you're coming around the 4th floor, if you veer left, you can land on this recovery section.
I gotta know what this is. Oh, it is a skip.
And with this skip, you're right at the top, taking you straight to the final tightrope oval, saving you at least 30 seconds, if not more. And with that, a Spectacore starts grinding the game. Now, after 3 heartbreaking runs,
We got time for one more run.
all with promise to go sub 30,
My life, dude. We got time for like one more good run.
and all ending in the last 2 sections, a Spectacore had to concede and let other runners like Frostkiller take the reins, who submitted
Papaya
this run
Tracy.
at 5 a.m. Frostkiller introduced 3 major skips, plus a couple of minor ones that really pushed the run forward. Now, because of his low frame rate, his submission is a little nauseating to watch, so I've recreated it at 60 frames per second and kept his times up in the top left. His first 2 sections were relatively standard, so we're gonna skip straight to the warehouse, where he's a full minute ahead just from clean execution, and pulls off the warehouse manager skip. By hitting the jump perfectly,
Okay,
you
I'm
can
gonna
get
do it.
enough
I'm gonna
speed
do it.
to land
Just
to the
for my
left,
own
saving
sanity.
20 full seconds. Next, he heads to the unpaid intern section and introduces one of his biggest skips in the run. After doing his first full loop, he uses this berm to skip up to the 2nd floor, which gives him enough speed to jump all the way to the 4th floor. Meaning, instead of doing 3 laps like Dan had to do, he only has to do 2 laps. And now, he can use a Spectacore skip
There we
to
go.
shave a full 5 minutes off of Dan Corona's time. That's wild. But Frostkiller isn't done. Midway through the cog section, Frostkiller is about to complete the first major part, which has you hitting a massive jump that takes you into the company wine mixer. But instead, he flings with perfect precision to the right and skips this big roundabout loop, saving him 15 seconds as he proceeds into the bumpers, where he is the first runner to successfully complete my pro gamers only route. Since the falls in the bumpers are so punishing, we thought it'd be kind of cheeky to add a much faster but more difficult route, and most people who try it
Pro gamers only!
end up regretting it. But he pulls it off flawlessly on day 1, which is insane, and allows him to move on to middle management well ahead of Dan, where he introduces his final skip. In the pyramid section,
I'm just gonna say that I'm disappointed that twitch.tv/granny is not actually an old lady. Can I just, can we just be real?
winding all the way through the pyramid,
Can we get some more
turns out,
gamer grandma
right angle to
representation?
speed, you can just go left.
Can we,
Now, Dan
this
also
is stolen
used this skip.
valor.
To my knowledge, either Frostkiller or Smallant found the skip, so I just included it in this run. But you can see just how big of a skip this is. And with no other new innovations up his sleeve, all he has to do is execute. And despite having a slower department head and vice president, Frostkiller crushes Dan Corona's time with a 23:48, shaving off 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And if you look at a
Hour of
breakdown
life.
of the 2 runs, you can see how big of a time save these skips had on the run, and they found them on the first day. It's so impressive. And what's so crazy is if you look at the achievements of the game, we created a secret achievement for players who beat the game in under 30 minutes, thinking that players maybe one day would break sub 30. And in the first day, Frostkiller went sub 25. But what's even more mind-blowing is the fact that Frostkiller didn't win. Aha, I did it again. These speedrunners are crazy. The winner of day 1 came out of nowhere and submitted a run with an hour left. What's so interesting is that for most of his run, Karem doesn't innovate from Frostkiller at all.
He doesn't even go for my skip. Yo.
And definitely leaves some room for improvement in his execution.
Does he do the bumper? Does he do the bumper?
Small Ant was so disappointed.
Nice and slow. He doesn't even rip.
Oh, if he does
There
it,
you go.
He does do it.
And in fact, doesn't know about 3 big skips that Frostkiller uses.
Yeah, good for him.
Doesn't skip left.
Doesn't skip
Interesting.
left.
He doesn't even go for the skip? Really? It's like a 10-second time save. No way. They don't even go for the cog jump, even the lower cog, which is totally free every run.
But by having a nearly perfect run,
Bro just doesn't make any mistakes.
It's like no screw ups. It's a very clean.
Karem is only 16 seconds behind Frostkiller when he enters the bumpers.
Okay, how's he do this?
Oh, he just wings it. Oh my god. Okay, pro gamer.
Straight down.
Does he pull it
Okay.
off? No, he just doesn't even bother.
Go straight for this one. I mean, this one is really nice and clean and reliable.
Very, very safe. Yeah, the intention is for people to discover it. That's why the sight lines are like lined up so you can kind of peer into it. Because I don't.
Oh!
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, that's clean.
Wow,
Oh.
very clean.
Woo! What an angle on that. Holy!
Now it turns out Frostkiller also used that massive skip, and so heading into middle management, Karem is still 15 seconds behind, and unfortunately blunders his run.
The Nasturtiums
And,
die.
like completely removing any of that frustrating slow parts. What the hell is this? He must have just screwed up, unless... Okay, he just screwed up. Okay. Oh, okay, this is new.
Oh, he was
Yeah,
trying
that's
something.
a new strat. I did not know about that.
That's the type of thing that I wanted to see, because that saves me from the awful climb in that section.
This skip is huge and saves Karem from having to loop all the way around to go up a floor. And now, the route is much simpler, and Karem is only 16 seconds behind. And because he isn't making any mistakes, by the time he enters the giant slope, he has completely caught up to Frostkiller. Now, during the day,
Cotton.
Small Ant had made a huge discovery in the giant slope section.
Don't go into the corner in the building. You're coming sharper, you start higher on the second jump. What do you mean, like, coming from like this angle, you mean? I'm giving you a sub.
And both Karem and Frostkiller use this strategy.
He gifted him a sub.
Karem does not. As you can see, the skip lets them avoid doing all of this, which is huge. But when Frostkiller goes left,
The way he didn't
he's
even
actually
hesitate.
backtracking, and now has diminished the impact of his initial skip because he has to turn around and continue on the normal
Fuck.
route. Karem, on the other hand,
What are they doing now?
uses the little bump to get onto the ramp.
Really?
And now, Karem has skipped having to do both this and this. And without having to do any backtracking, Karem is now 15 seconds ahead. But he has one more trick up his sleeve. The last part of the giant slope section has you hitting these massive slope jumps. And despite being wide, you actually have to follow the black lines pretty precisely to complete this section. But Karem ignores the black lines and hits a different route.
We don't do that. Unless this is related to... Okay.
You did it.
Karem has found
You
the
pulled
biggest
off the
skip
Doinkler
entire day.
portfolio.
The normal route has you going through the inside of the building along this incredibly slow tightrope section that you can't speed through. This platform is just too tight, and if you screw up, the run's dead. It happened to a Spectacore. And now Karem is 50 seconds ahead of Frostkiller as he heads into the final section where he's the first to find any skip, albeit small, in this final section. Now, the first 2 rooms are completely standard, but again, nearly perfect execution. This guy isn't missing anything.
Of course he gets it.
And then he introduces his final skip.
It's the first one.
Oh, he skips 3.
It's the fourth one.
Wow.
Oh.
Lines off the whoa.
Okay,
Whoa.
that one's crazy.
That is crazy.
Oh, that is.
That's risky.
Jesus, that would make me so nervous this far into the road.
Oh, I forgot Brimhaven again.
That is huge. That was so clean. Holy. And completes the run, winning the day 1 competition with a monstrous time of 20:46. 3 minutes faster than Frostkiller and 11 minutes faster than Dan Corona. With the first leg complete, we entered the second leg of the competition that this time lasted 2 days instead of 1. And so began the quest to go sub 20. And for the first day, no competitive times were submitted until at 3 a.m., Dan Corona submitted a new run with a ton of new strats. You see, during the day, we had noticed there
I
were
was so ready
two
for the video to be over, and then I realized there's
discovering
40
strats,
minutes
bugs,
left.
and wild skips, and the grinders who were interested at getting really good at the game. Dan Corona started calling the strat finders the scientists, which I quite like, so I'm going to use it. And in our Discord, they were hard at work cooking up new tech in the lab and sharing their results. Dan had taken all of those findings and was trying all night to combine them into one cohesive run. Dan had 3 major skips and 2 minor ones, but couldn't string them together. And coming off of a devastating run that was ruined by a very rare bug where you fall off the slingshots, which is now fixed, Dan's mental was at an all-time low.
I'm 16:30 in the second to last
What?
area of the game, and I get stuck.
And since he had to work
On
in the morning,
the
this
next
was his
video.
last run of the night.
Last one.
The first part of his run is very standard, so we're actually going to start in the warehouse, because during the day, no one cooked harder on strats than Small Ant. He was the first to discover that I had placed a very sneaky slingshot
It seems like
here.
landing here, going in this, then landing directly on this.
Gmod's creepiest underwater maps.
Nice. That's
Something
clean, dude.
touched
That's so
my
cool.
leg.
Now, because it was OP, my intention was for it to be
It's
hard to get.
Gmod,
We had
bro.
to hit this horizontal slingshot, dive through the upper hole.
Gmod has
into a
creepy
jump,
ass maps, but
down a
like,
giant
don't.
tube that shoots you out.
Something touched my
Land on
leg
this
in the
tiny section
in the
of the ramp
thumbnail.
and
We know
pop
it's
up,
Gmod.
and
It's a
voila,
video game.
You can use the slingshot to rocket you up. And runners like a Spectacore were trying to learn this route, but weren't having much luck.
What am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, mother.
Fortunately, Small Ant discovers that you don't need to do the hard part. If you veer off from the intended route, you can ride the wall to access the slingshot. Now, it's not as fast as the route I had in mind for the runners, but it still saves Dan a ton of time. Moving up to the unpaid intern section, Dan makes a minor improvement to the interview skip, where if you hit it perfectly, you can skip up, avoiding going lower. Now, it's a minor skip, but this will come into play later on, so I wanted to point it out. Now, this is not a perfect run, and Dan makes some pretty big mistakes, so there's some real room for improvement, but the skips he introduces in the last section are so big that he can afford
I'll check
to.
the Farming
In fact,
Guild
after
again.
ripping through middle management, Dan is actually 14 seconds behind Karam's original run. But again, because Small Ant and the other scientists were cooking so hard during the day, Dan is armed with some new strats and hits this gray section, bumping left. Now I think now's a good time to explain the final section of the game. This is the first part, the department head section. And to start, you hit these jump pads in a massive loop. But by hitting the gray rail, you can just skip all of it. The rest of the department head section combines everything the players have learned.
Yeah, I don't think you
throughout
need
the
to
rest of the
explain
game.
that.
You have jump pads, winding and precise jumps that are chained together, and the slanted ramps from middle management. It's windy, it's so punishing, and it's slow. And up until now, it's lacking any major skips. But during the day, speedrunner Hikazi shared a new strat with Dan.
Go up this wall, get into this crack, and you just ride along it. Boom. Saves you 3 or 4 seconds if you go full speed.
And now the tables have turned, and Dan is 14 seconds ahead of Karam.
I'm like a monorail, bitch.
But Dan has one final trick up his sleeve. This is Karam's original route. He hits every jump pad and follows the normal route. But Dan skips the jump pads, rides the corner, and instead of going straight, he hooks right. And now
Yeah.
the route looks like this. Now, I'm not sure who found it first, because earlier in the day, Small Ant had found an even more optimized version where you just use the jump pads, saving even more time.
That's
What?
what you need to learn how to do, baby.
But Dan seems to create his own variation, so they probably discovered it each on their own. And with that, Dan clutches up with his last run of the night and gets a world record.
It's not sub 20, but it's world record still, boys. Let's fucking go!
And with
Alright, well,
the
those aren't grown,
2023,
so I'm gonna,
the quest to break sub 20 inches.
like, make a muffin.
Dan continues to hold the world record for nearly 24 hours until Frostkiller submits a new run, with 1 minor skip and 2 massive skips. The run starts off pretty standard until he reaches the warehouse. And again, I had to recreate his run since the low frame rate is pretty hard on the eyes. Now, Frostkiller has learned about my secret slingshot, and despite not going for my intended route, he's found a minor adaptation where he hooks right, skipping a ton of extra route. Again, a minor change, but once we move into the junior financial analyst section, he pulls off the infamous wine mixer skip. First discovered by speedrunner Sheekins, after you launch off the last cog, you have to land this massive gap and run right to continue your path. But if you time it perfectly and ride the wall all the way up, you can actually land at this high point. And to illustrate how big of a time save this is, you can see that by doing the wine mixer skip, you eliminate having to do all of this, which shaves off nearly a full minute from Dan's run. Now, beyond this, his run is pretty standard. But because of the wine mixer skip and by only making a couple of mistakes, by the time he enters the department head section, he's 2 full minutes ahead of Dan. And then, while crossing the gap into the final section, Frostkiller misses the jump and lands in the recovery section. You see, because this jump is so hard, I created a bit of a recovery. So if you mess up, 1, you don't fall all the way back down to the bottom. But 2, this little jump will launch you all the way back to the half oval jump, where you can try one more time. And most people do manage to get across their second try. But Frostkiller actually doesn't mess up and has a different plan. He drops down and with perfect precision hits this recovery jump pad and skips all the way up. Now, when you see it done, it seems so OP and so easy, but when I was building it, it wasn't obvious at all and really only works at this very specific angle and speed. Speedrunners, am I right? Now, this skip, which was first discovered by Eula Crevette, is actually 2 seconds slower than Dan's route, but it's the catalyst to something much bigger later on in the competition, so I had to show it. And with that, Frostkiller shatters the sub-20 barrier with a time of 18:29. For the next 12 hours, the competition is unsuccessful in dethroning Frostkiller's time. And with 12 hours left, most of the hardcore grinders had started to focus on the last leg of the competition, which, unlike legs 1 and 2, was glitchless. And with 2 hours left in the competition, a new runner, who was also focused on glitchless, submits a new run. This is Elving, who submitted a run with only a couple of minor tweaks to Frostkiller's, but just really improves on the execution. Starting in pendulums, he's the first person to successfully chain these pendulums together.
We're gaming. Hi. Really? You came back right when I left for my muffin. That's hysterical.
And Elving is literally the first person to use my warehouse skip.
Oh, and just as I predicted, my marigolds grew. It's the whole reason I left. Don't know if you caught that bit.
Flawless. I mean, he is hitting every jump
I came back,
getting the perfect
and they were
100.
4 or 5.
It's pretty impressive. And that puts him
But welcome.
10 seconds ahead of Frostkiller. Again, in middle management, a minor...
I forgot to go to Edgeville!
New small X strat.
Okay.
Can I go with some of the sturdiums? Bitch, you know, that's all I do.
Up. Good. All right.
Over on the giant slope, he uses another small ant skip that saves a ton of back and forth. This is Frostkiller's route, and like I said, it's a big old back and forth, and this ledge...
Wait, I'm mad as hell.
...players to get up, so you have to go around, unless, of course, you
Also, another flower?
and it does have a
Another flower?
It is a lot faster.
I gotta come back in 15 minutes now. Hey Siri, set me a timer for 15 minutes.
Shaving off 12 seconds from Frostkiller's time to take first place in the second leg with a glitchless run.
This is how you play RuneScape.
Now, going glitchless in a leg that allowed glitches surprised me. I thought glitches would play a big role, but between runners being hyper-focused on the final leg, which was worth the most, and with the glitches that were being found not making that big of a difference in time,
A little rat climb.
it turned out to not be the case.
This
Until
is
30
peak
minutes before
performance.
The deadline, Karem
Exactly.
submitted another run, and I hope you're ready to buckle up because this mother did it again.
Once I get
Six
this, once I get this
major
cinnamon apple
innovations.
muffin in me.
Now, I just wanted to start by playing a tiny bit of his run throughout the parkade. I've really glossed over the parkade because, to be honest, there haven't been any crazy skips, but it's just kind of satisfying to see someone run the optimal route. And admittedly, it's quite easy to learn this part of the run. Pretty much every runner is doing this.
We're 2 for 2 on
Cheers.
absolutely
Just like the
banger
speedrun of the
YouTube
game,
videos.
Just saying, this part is doable, and the game is available on Steam and Xbox. Anyway, Karem continues to hit the perfect route, and like other runs in Like 2, only really starts to innovate in the warehouse, where he introduces probably the most famous and most impactful skip of the entire competition. Seen a ton of innovation.
I'm
Someone
simply
found-
having a banger of a time.
There's-
What the f was that? Wait, go
I-
back. Is he like wiggling his controllers? What is he doing? Okay. He just gets like a ton of vertical air. That's cool. Nice job coding it, Isto. I would have done that. I would have.
Oh my god.
This whole game's broken.
Do you know how
Oh,
long we tested
feeling like
the slingshot for?
This whole
This
Conquest
is
from
broken.
Invincible.
Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
There's no way. He just skipped the entire level. He just skipped the
That's
entire
good.
level. I don't
No,
understand.
this speedrun's gonna end up being 30 seconds.
Given how important this skip is, I think it's worth explaining what's happening. First discovered on day 1 by runner Hello S, and then refined by Big Willie that same day.
Look at Big
Turns out
Willie!
when you grab it to the very top of the slingshot, it produces some unexpected results.
Wait a second. I think you're onto something.
Many days after the speedrun competition, we finally figured out what is actually happening. Here's what the physics system sees. These are the slingshot's colliders. In the normal case, the player grabs onto the slingshot, and on release, we apply a fixed velocity to the player. This is so they always launch in the same direction and at the same speed. It makes the slingshots more dependable and more fun. But if you are a sneaky speedrunner and roll up the slingshot and grab the top, the slingshot and the player's collider will get out of sync and the player can end up here. Why that happens, it's complicated, so we're just gonna skip the explanation. But
Oops,
when they
oops,
do get out of
oops,
sync,
oops.
the physics system
Oh.
goes, wait a second, you're not supposed to be inside of the slingshot. I better try to push you out. But at the exact same time, our slingshot system goes, time to apply the velocity to you, good sir, and send you on your way. And the two get added together, giving you this.
Oh, they get
So not
added.
only does
All right.
Karem get shot straight up, but he has found a way to get more
Yo.
velocity from the slingshots than we had ever intended. It's insane. And because of that, he clears the entire warehouse in 1 minute and 30
I'm never gonna get
seconds,
over the fact
which
that
is
there was.
30 seconds faster
You can
than-
almost see.
He continues.
I'm gonna pause the video for this because it's so funny. I might want to keep it. And it reminds me of Dark Souls 2. Well, again, it reminds me of Dark Souls 2. If anyone's ever played Dark Souls 2, people make fun of it because of how frequent the bonfires are. And like, and there's like the poison level where there's like a tower and shit. And you can literally see the bonfire. You can see the next bonfire from where you're at. Like, and it's like not far. Oh wait, it's like in walking distance. There's like one like right before the boss, and then there's like one right after the boss. And you can just walk to him. I can see this fairy ring. I can see the... I can see the relic of fairy ring, the Slayer dungeon fairy ring, from this one. The people who just like didn't grind agility like throw a fit. Is it hot to say that that's TeaScape just a little bit? The fact that there's a fairy ring like 10 feet that way.
Is to run a clean, unpaid intern and junior financial analyst. And by the time he gets to middle management, he has continued to hold a 30-second
It's
lead.
just
Everything in middle management
like
and beyond
extra.
is where
It's
Karem
so
truly
extra.
shines. Regular standard stuff. And then
Like,
now he's like,
if I,
normally a recovery event. Like, I don't know.
if there was only the Sinclair fairy ring there, and I wanted to get to the Slayer dungeon,
This is recovery. Like,
and I didn't have the agility level, I'd fucking grind the agility level. Don't be a bitch.
Oh!
Run some laps. Don't skip leg day.
Now, other runners like Frostkiller knew about the top grab, but it's tricky, and even he couldn't pull it off, and had to resort to a different route. But Karem's
What even
execution
is it?
top notch and lands him 3 levels higher. And you don't need to top grab.
48!
You can do it pretty much every time by using the slingshot normally, but Karem is just flexing.
48. You're not even.
Prepares to move into the giant slope. where
You're
he
not
has
even in
another
Falador
huge trick
yet.
up his sleeve.
You're in Canifis.
All of middle management. He skipped like the whole.
Get your
thing.
graceful set. That's the game telling you to get your graceful set.
By hitting this lower ledge, he carries the momentum from the slingshot to ride up.
Like, if
the
you don't have a,
and if you look at the
if you don't
normal
have a
movement
graceful
route
cape,
compared to Karem's, it's
boots,
so nasty.
and/or
I mean,
gloves
just
in
look
like
at
your
how winding
first
the original is, and he just skips it all.
like
And normally,
20, 30 combat
path
levels.
forces
What the
you into
fuck
this
is wrong with you?
where you just
Are
can't
you even
generate
playing
motion, but
RuneScape?
his skip lets him carry so much momentum, he can just ride straight up, even compared to the other.
I'm gonna
runners
like,
back
I'm
it's just
I'm not
solid
trying to be
time
like,
safe. At the top of the giant slope, he of course
I'm not like being super serious, but like,
Genuinely though, like look at this
it just, when I play the game, when I like make a new character and I start playing the game, it just makes sense.
Anytime introducing a new skip. Now I'm worried there's another.
It's right there.
Where are you going? Where is
That's so much height.
he? Wait, why is he pausing?
I don't know why.
Why is he?
You see, Karem has paused the game to open up a metronome that is playing at exactly 215 beats per minute. And
Why
then
wouldn't he just have that on the whole
proceeds to
time?
climb
This is
straight up the wall.
This is a bad look, though. We're cooked.
And if you're wondering if you can just climb up every single wall in the game, you cannot. This is just the magic of speedrunners. Let me explain. This is Small Ant. He's a speedrun-focused streamer who picked up the game on day one, and on his first playthrough, he discovered that some walls are climbable.
What if we just like Spider-Man over there?
And before even beating the game, he climbed,
Come on.
and he climbed, and he climbed.
Okay, that's awesome. I love Small Ant.
And to beat the punishing final level, you must jump back and forth between 2 very tall buildings. Unless, of course, you just climb the whole thing.
Him and Ludwig, like,
Wait, is he mashing his way up the building? He's been like this for 10 minutes? Where is he even in the context of the level? This.
There's CEO.
This is the grab mechanic, and there's 3 major pieces to understanding how he's breaking the game the way that he is. The grab acts as a braking system for the players to slow down. When you're going really fast on flat ground, you slide a bit and then stop.
Curry
It's
time.
incredibly helpful on tight platforms and giving the players more control over your very slippery character. And when you're on steep slopes, and
I put on YouTube
you can grab and slow
because
yourself
I had
down.
like 0 viewers,
No.
This
and
is
then it
not
like
what
it
you
went up to
expect.
2 viewers, so I started talking more, and then they left, and I was like, okay, all right, we just don't want to hear me talk today. I'm chilling.
Release the grab. During development,
I was like, all right, oh, the RuneScape community don't want to hear me yet.
There is actually a giant ball.
What
This
the
is
fuck is a
consistency,
Hespori
big ol' ball
seed?
rolling around.
Where did this
The
come
player model
from?
doesn't affect gameplay at all. So when the ball
An
approaches the ledge,
unusual
you can see
seed,
that this point of
likely
no recovery
dangerous when
visually makes
planted.
sense.
Dude,
Your brain
what?
knows, of course the ball would slip off the edge. But the model looks like it should be able to recover. And video games are all
Yapping
about
is, I know, I fully agree. I just thought it was really
release
funny.
boost. When you release the grab, we increase the friction on the ball for 1/4 of a second. And when you're on the edge or on a wall,
Hespori is a
extra friction helps
sporadic
the ball
boss
just
located in
sweep
that
over
cave.
the edge.
Oh!
Unless, of course, you furiously spam the grab.
I
which
know what
essentially
the
gives the ball
Hespori
a
is.
permanent
Okay.
friction boost.
He's a gamer.
Now, we knew about this. So
I
we
remember
tested every piece
looking
of
at the map
geometry
and
in
being
the
like,
game
why
in
is wait, there's a
or
dungeon in the
non-slippery. Slippery geometry, which you can see is on
Farming
walls
guild?
and
What the
vertical
fuck is
objects,
this?
stops the system from applying the extra friction, so you can't spam the grab button and climb all over the place. The system is foolproof. You cannot cheat the system, unless the level designer, aka me, forgets to add the correct tags to a handful of geometry, and a particularly motivated speedrun streamer tests every piece of geometry in the entire game on day 1.
After killing
And
it,
when
the
that
seed may be
happens, well, it
harvested,
turns out
granting
the entire
12,600 farming
can be skipped.
experience.
However, wall climbing is incredibly
With a
inconsistent.
range of
That's why
seeds.
Small Ant spent 10 minutes just climbing the last wall, and none of the other runners like Dan could figure out
I'm
how
gonna
to make it consistent.
Bust?
Until one of the scientists posted a video of him climbing.
Why do we think I've been farming grinding so hard
There's a
lately?
clicking noise in the background in which he casually responds, metronome. Because apparently, if you repeatedly tap the grab key at 215 beats per minute, you can consistently wall climb. Which also means he probably tried so many different BPMs to make this work. Which is insane? Impressive? Probably both. And Karem has discovered one additional thing. Apparently, if you
No, I'm
increase
sure
your
what he
frames
did
per
was he
second,
like
you can climb faster,
did
which
it
is
for a
why his frames
consistently
go from
long
60
period of
per minute.
time, and then listened to his like
grab
the sound of his
metronome
inputs, and then was
the
like,
entire department head
it's
section
at
and
this
is the
rhythm.
first person to finally find a skip in the second last room.
You don't just go, what
Not bad.
BPM is this? 200?
Ooh, risky one.
201?
Oh, he's doing another top grab.
202?
Top grab. Straight up.
Wow.
That's
Like,
actually why I don't
speed
like
on this?
FL Studio.
Oh, we
He
do
has
a
to-
flip.
Oh my god.
Just to barely. do it.
No.
Wow.
I-
was like, I don't
I've
even
only
think
been
about
playing
that.
RuneScape.
Yeah, that's funny.
Again, another massive time save that carries him through to the end of the run.
I'd play
with a
Schedule
staggering
1.
1450, nearly 2.5 minutes
But,
faster than Elvin.
I don't know.
Running in first place in both leg 1 and leg 2.
No one really plays it. Don't really feel
And
like
with
it.
that, it was time to move on to the final leg of the competition, the glitchless run. With 6 days to grind and the biggest prize pool, everyone was focused on winning this leg of the race. And because of his glitchless, Karem's winning run wasn't valid for this leg, setting the world record back to 1817, which also reopened the quest to go sub 15. But it wasn't long before that was broken because Small Ant had been grinding. Now, while Small Ant rips through the parkade, I wanted to explain the rules of the final leg. You can't clip out of bounds.
Is there any
wall
other
climbing
farming
is
shit
allowed,
that I'm, like,
since
missing?
It's an intended feature, but we patched the really important walls to not be climbable like the end section. And our whole team met and decided that top grabs should be kept in permanently as a feature, not a bug.
I keep
since
not
they're
doing
and because of those rules, most of Small
the
Ant's run is
Lumbridge
pretty much the same
tree.
as Karem's, except for the final section, because we patched out the wall climb. This means that runners have to start from scratch and re-event how to run this final section. Now, the top grab you're seeing here looks big, but it turns out to be a very minor skip that really only saves a couple of seconds. Because without the wall climb, they're forced to drop down to the main entrance. And if you remember, this section is slow and tedious. And yes, there are some minor skips like veering left of this jump pad, and believe it or not, Small Ant bungles up this skip, and now he has to do the full route. So without the wall climb, the runners are at a massive disadvantage that I
That's better.
think will make sub 15 impossible. This skip, first found by Discord user Anton, lets you essentially skip the entire department head section.
Department head
And it
full
seems
skip.
simple, but it's actually pretty tricky, and the skip is quite elegant. So let me explain.
Simple.
The way the jump pad normally works is when you enter
Simple
this red
and
zone,
effective.
the jump pad will apply an upward force to the player. So if you come in from a normal angle, the player's velocity will look like this. And adding the jump pad's velocity to the player results
2 more
in this.
trees.
They happily bounce away. But if you were to collide with the lower section, well, most of the time you splat against the wall. But
Brimhaven.
if you can hit the wall just under the speed threshold that doesn't cause you to splat,
Where's
you'll
the
bounce
next
up.
fairy
And
ring?
if your collider is even a fraction within the jump pad's collider,
There it
will
is.
trigger the bounce, which, by the way, isn't
Still need to
easy
know where that
do.
fairy ring is.
But if you pull it off, the player's velocity is now pointing up, and so the
Where are my
resulting
other oaks?
velocity is
There.
also up.
I'm
Now,
blind.
in the VP section, Small Ant is the first to use the Lord Mouse skip. Lord Mouse had been actively submitting
Oh, what
runs,
the
but
fuck?
other runners had been so cracked that I haven't had.
Did
a
I
chance
already
to
have
skip.
2 of them on me?
Quite a bit. But all credit goes to him for finding this one.
Whatever. I need 3.
And not only is the normal route slow and windy, but it's also hard. So by hitting the jump pad, you could just skip that hard section.
And
with
and a
just
curry.
those 2 new skips alone, Small Ant
A
has
curry and gold,
created
so I
a
can
new
go to
world record.
Brimhaven.
I never saw a 17 or an 18, and I never will. 2 quick ones.
But only several hours after, Dan Corona strikes back with only a very minor optimization in the parkade, and then transitions
The stew
back
of
into a
blindness.
Ooh, I could have sent it there. I could have.
and takes the world record back with a 16:29. By day 5, the quest to go sub 15 continues as runners Not Edge introduces a minor skip in middle management where he top grabs to get a little more height, and with good technique runs a 15:43, shaving 45 seconds off of Dan Corona. But at the exact same time that Not Edge takes the world record, Dan Corona was grinding the game and was having a tough day. With fall after fall after fall, he wraps up the day with the exact same time as Not Edge with a 15:43. But unfortunately, it didn't matter because Small Ant had the better execution of the day. And with only one tiny tweak, where the runners learned that riding around the curve in middle management...
Please, I don't want all the...
And with good execution, Small Ant is the first to go sub...
Please!
15:59, that's the sub 15, baby.
For the love of God!
Small Ant wasn't over. And Dan decides that the only way to win is to think outside the box.
I need to lock in. We gotta think of other ways. How do we lock in and become world record holder? There's only one answer.
Make dinner at 3:48? Meal prep is insane.
Ready to get world record, chat. Now we're
Making dinner for 80-year-olds?
And with added aerodynamics,
Shit.
he shaves off 9 seconds to set a new world record of 14:50.
Or are you like hobbits? You have like 4th meal.
Record, Dan has made some mistakes in the final section, leaving some room for improvement. And Karem capitalizes on that. And despite not introducing any new skips, submits a 13:58, shaving off 14 seconds just from pure execution alone. And now, there's almost no room for improvement until new skips are found.
I feel 80.
But I said, almost no room for improvement. And Dan Corona comes back with a vengeance, with a generational run, devoid of any...
Honestly, from like watching actual people cook, like watching actual cooks cook, it seems like a decent meal might take that long to prep.
But more importantly,
I'll
by
cry.
day 7, Karem has found some new tech. Now, for the sake of suspense and for brevity, I'm going to show where the skips are, but reveal them in the final winning run. But what's so interesting about this system
No, dude,
is for the
he's a
very
billionaire
first time,
genius.
someone has
He'll
found
save the
innovations in
economy.
The first 2 sections. What they are,
He'll just give Elon Musk a rig and say, Elon, Elon, how do I fix the stock market?
Tons of runners were trying to catch up, but just couldn't. A Spectacore PB'd with a 15:20. Ihimaida
And
with
Elon will
15:05.
say something like,
Crosskiller
it's
ran
simple. You just gotta
13:22, and
invest in
Bronze
Doge.
Blaze ran an impressive 13:08. But again, not enough. Until day 8, where a brand new
I'm just gonna get,
emerged.
fuck it.
This is Lance, the former only up world record holder who had learned about the game only a couple of days prior and had been grinding offline. Even though he didn't submit this run,
Fuck
word
you,
had gotten out
unmarkets
that
your
he beat the
stocks.
world record. So I reached out and got a hold of the footage and verified that it was in fact true, because Lance and Not Edge had figured out a massive skip in the last section. But with the
I've been
skip
saying for a bit, I want to impress this upon you. I've been saying in RuneScape, unsafes your spot.
And for all of day 9, Karem and the other runners were unsuccessful in dethroning Lance's time. And on the final day,
Listen up.
day 10, Lance's time remained untouched. And with 12 hours left, no response from
Wait,
Karem.
what?
10 hours, no response. 8 hours, no response. But with only 6 hours
How did I
left,
end up examining
Karem
the alarm?
submits an 11:46.
Listen up, liberals.
Massive skips and 3 minor skips. The innovations are starting to pile up. That whole night, Lance had been grinding to beat his time, and with only 5 hours left, Lance PBs with an 11:55, 9 seconds short of.
I was too busy grinding Path of Exile 2.
Competition, leaving Karem victorious. With 4 hours left, Bronze Blaze goes 12:26, but again, not enough. And with 3 hours left, a runner by the name of Space Hunter comes out of nowhere and submits an 11.
With my best friend Elon. We've been playing it together.
That took Karem all week.
He's always muted on Discord though.
Out of nowhere, I mean, they didn't submit any runs prior, and their only message in the Discord was a link to the run and their time. And now there's not enough time to respond, and the clock continues to
Real gamers get it. Real gamers get the joke.
Not beat the time, and the clock continues to run down, and with an hour left, Karem can't beat the time. And now that it's over,
Donald Trump is like yelling at Elon in Discord. He doesn't realize it's not actually him playing.
The huge 12-minute, and of course Karem with an 11:40 submitted with 50 minutes left.
Elon, you're so good at the game, but I wish you'd give me comms.
One. Talk about clutch. Whew. Now before I show the winning run,
I never know when I'm dying.
And to everyone who submitted, especially
why don't you tell me when my health bar is going down? When you see my health bar going down, why don't you say something?
Time was ran live with 20 minutes left by the only runner who had any chance of beating Karem himself. That's right, in the very last hour, Karem goes 11:40 and then shaves off another.
Where did this compost come from, and did I not just compost all of my crops?
I'm actually going to show off Karem's 9:57 that he runs a week later, since it's exactly the same, but with 2 more massive skips. Enjoy.
Revan call out? I don't think
like
so.
There's too many shortcuts
Doesn't
in this
sound
game.
familiar.
I guess at the
Oh mein, das wird so satisfying jetzt.
What the heck was that? Huh?
Das war ein kleiner Skipper, den er hier genommen hat.
What the heck was that?
I'm sorry, what the fuck? Wait. What the fuck did he just do?
I saw these, but then I forgot about him.
Out of the first room in 30 seconds.
Why are there bouncy pads there? Ride the wall.
Ui, Alter, diese komplette Sektion geskippt. Holy shit.
Why are there bouncy pads? Is that literally a death path?
They're playing the summoning salt music. You have to pay attention.
Hits these without stopping? No way! Oh my god, that was fast. Good RNG, good RNG. Oh, terrible RNG. He almost
Did he
quit.
consider quitting there? What was that?
Bro, he almost quit because he got bad RNG. Wow!
His camera movement's so good.
I'm glad he kept fighting.
Ah nee, das ist nicht der Start, ne? Das ist ein anderes. Ja, ich erinnere mich. Das ist ein Fake-Start.
Oh, this part. I remember this part. I was so frustrated.
Yeah. You want to lead where your next jump is. He's going to lead right again. Yeah.
Okay, damn. Okay. Shit, I was unfamiliar with your game.
Hits this, tight corner, hits this.
Yeah?
Broski.
Another FPS change. I wonder why you have to change. I mean, I guess you don't lose time.
On the underside of the bounce pad?
Oh my god.
I was about to say that.
Wait, there's nothing in there. What was
Verbatim.
Bro, Halt's Maul. Holy shit.
Yeah, I would have done that.
Bro, height small.
What the hell is that jump pad? What the fuck is going on?
Piece of shit.
He's lowering the FPS? What does that do? Does that like supercharge you off or something?
Plays like, wait, skips the thing?
Oh, I love frame rate manipulation
Oh
shit.
my god, you can do
That
that?
doesn't make sense gravitationally.
Yeah, the pauses are him switching his frame rate, so I think the top grabs are easier.
Whoa. Whoa.
Nice guy, I should do that.
I'm under
What are you doing?
arrest.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
I'll come quietly. Okay, Gov.
What the fuck are you doing?
Okay, Gov, I'll come quietly.
Bro!
You're never gonna hear from me again.
Wait, that's so sick!
Alright, what about this room?
This is basic for a CEO.
I was about to say, imagine if like the tomatoes they threw at you did like 1 damage.
Frustrated this part.
But then I remembered hearing a story about people dying in random events.
Further bounce. Oh, does it only work on the jump pads?
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of the.
Okay. What does he do here? Is there anything different?
The vine, the
So this
tangle
one you skip to
vines,
4-4. I probably do this a similar skip to this guy.
or the strangle vines. That would like kill you if you move.
I guess they go from second floor.
I imagine like people would just be like running somewhere and like right when they appeared it'd be like, don't move! Oh, you moved! 'Cause they were like, we're already about to click.
Okay, so do the rest like a peasant.
Yeah, every jump is very smooth, yeah.
A little more shallow than I think he's trying to get there faster, which makes a lot of sense. Not trying to get max height and then max height and then. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fucking cracked. Doesn't have to go all the way over and go. That's cracked. That's so cracked.
He does have like stitch hands. Feels like he's got extra paws.
I knew about that, but man, I tried. I couldn't do it. You have to hit the exact right spot and then bounce.
Okay, this is there's no cheating the cogs.
Oh yeah, this is super smooth.
What does he do here? Like angles his body, hits the thing, boom, boom, never slows down, doesn't do a full wheel turn.
Das hier ist alles
Shit.
super easy, sage ich. Macht halt sehr gut und sehr schnell.
Cogs is cogs. People are calling it a squeak skip. That's probably not accurate, but.
And I guess they skip all the way up the wall here. Oh yeah. Oh my god, the
What?
crazy.
Oh fuck yeah! Oh my god, he nailed it. What the fuck?
Bro, what the fuck?
What?
What the fuck? Okay, das ist ein verrückter Skip. Holy shit.
German dude is
I'm just
hilarious.
happy I got the collectibles. Getting collectibles in these games is so painful because they tend to be like very risky to do.
This section.
I'm
busting my balls. This
99%
section is
sure I
hard.
can't note the fucking logs.
What?
Oh what? Oh shit.
See, like, okay, why?
Gott, hier ist der Hut.
Every Tool Leprechaun can do it.
What was that?
And there are Tool Leprechauns specifically.
Yeah, but he didn't get the hat, chat. So did he really beat the game?
Factually, it is.
At
Okay,
these
I thought there might
at
be a
these
way to
tree
skip that.
allotments.
Oh my god, he held
Why
onto the
can't they-
ledge to save a second? Okay, yeah, skip it all. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, why not?
Just why? Why?
Wrong way.
Oh, I know this trick. I can't do this.
Definitely the wrong way.
Hier war ich auch so lange stuck. Bro, was?
How did he jump?
Why can't they
Was
note
hat er
logs?
gemacht?
Marginally.
At least I have the faster bank chest. Gargle me.
No, you can't do that. no, you just can't do that.
Okay, he's gonna go to the left here, I think.
He sounds so American, and then he says can't.
Gets here, turns around.
No, you just can't.
Yeah.
No, you just can't do that. No, you just can't. You can't do that.
I went right. I think you're supposed to go right.
Okay, auch lief, okay.
Okay. Oh.
Digga, halt's Maul. Halt's Maul, Digga. Was?
That skips a lot.
What in the fuck am I watching? Are we playing
I'm
the
like
same
absorbing German from this guy.
What is he doing now?
Okay. Oh, that's a fail. Okay, some improvement to be had.
What is he? What is he doing? What? Wait, where are you going?
Wait, up there too? Oh damn.
Oh my god! Bro just skipped half.
Okay, you have to go in the hole.
What the fuck?
Wait, what? Where's he going?
You don't have to go in the hole?
No, don't tell me you can skip this entire section.
Oh my god.
That's some horse shit.
What the heck?
Dude, he's like in the ending rooms at 7:30.
Digga, warte mal, was? Warte mal. Was will der hier?
What's he doing now? Why is he changing the FPS?
That's insane.
Oh my god. No way. No way!
Wait, why would you go down there? You could have done the other jump.
Oh, he saved himself too. Wow.
Oh no, he's gonna break the game, isn't he? No, no, you can't get up. No.
No way!
Okay.
No. And you don't even need to go on the ramp. I'm a moron.
Dude, this is crazy.
What? Oh, when you skip that part?
Yeah, I should be doing
I do remember this place. I spent most of my playthrough was this place.
What is that settings menu?
Okay, this section I feel like I'm low-key world record.
This is
pace. Okay, this
Where are you
is
going?
cheating,
No,
right?
no
He's
way.
cheating. Bro, he's cheating.
No
He's fucking on Icarus' way. He's cheating, I swear to God, he's cheating. He's like glitching through the fucking map and shit.
Okay, what do you do here?
You're not gonna make that.
What do you do here?
No, what's he gonna do?
No
That's
way!
nasty, isn't it?
Oh my god, anything bouncer, anything bouncer.
No way, he's cheating!
Ah, Bruder.
That was a jump.
What the
Oh, Varlamore! I forgot about the Varlamore allotment too.
Crazy.
I went through that shitty segment. I didn't see that.
Crazy.
All right, at least the very end of the. Never mind. Shut the fuck up. There's a fucking
Oh my god, that saved so much time.
Weil ich dachte, du wärst gut, oder?
in this game. Nothing
Ja,
else
aber
is
ich kenne die
possible.
Speedrun.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, I gotta see that again. I gotta see that again.
Okay, I have to explain this. This is the skip that Lance and Not Edge discovered, and I promise you, we made sure that you cannot get enough height by hitting the jump pad. There is no situation in which you can get enough height to reach that second jump pad. But Karem doesn't land on the jump pad, he lands on the side. Maybe not that, that's what happens if you don't time your grab perfectly to catch your land. Instead, he grabs to catch himself, which increases his friction, giving him a release boost, which gets him up the ramp. And then, right before he hits the jump pad, he grabs again, giving him a second speed boost, where he clips the box collider of the jump pad, and because he's heading up, and with his newly added speed, he can reach the second jump pad, skipping the entire last section. It really is the culmination of all the skips combined. So impressive. Anyway, back to the run.
Boah, das ist so satisfying irgendwie. Oh mein Gott. Huh?
Final jump.
What is he doing? Slow down.
Boah, das Game ist echt geil. No joke, gutes Game.
Lines it up.
Nerve-wracking. Oh, yikes. Almost fucked it.
Oh, I actually I forgot until just now that there's a bush over here.
The reverse turn in?
That's awesome.
That's
That was a fantastic run. I think this game will be within sub 10 minutes.
Wait, I got it. I kept yelling at myself. Oh, I didn't go get my my task from Edgeville. And also, I'm over here like,
Impressive run. And it turns out that Space Hunter's run, although absolutely cracked and so
where's the nearest fairy ring?
was
Dude, I
only
can just
remotely
end
close
this
to Karem's time.
farming run in Edgeville.
Why is there a hole there? Why is there a hole there? What is he doing?
Hey, did he mess up on purpose, or is this like the what the hell?
Because they found some insane out of bounds skips.
You dirty dog.
Verse.
Yeah.
Miss.
But he's still like, you know, Karem's not making any mistakes, and he's
Okay.
which is amazing. I'm so glad they submitted, but was illegal for the final run, disqualifying them. Meaning Karem actually won by nearly 30 seconds. So, congratulations to the top 5 runners, to Karem for winning back to back to back, and a huge thank you to the entire speedrunning community.
But showcasing the out of bounds wasn't even part of the
Massive
run.
video that required a ton of research and time, and I'm itching to get back to work. So there probably won't be any new videos for a while. And who knows, maybe we'll do a small update in the future for the game, but the only way to know is to subscribe and to buy the game on Steam. Thanks for
Congratulations to
watching.
the
See you
top 3
next
runners, Karem, and Karem. Oh. Yo, Karem has a family to feed. 3.5-hour game. Oh, is this Anger Fist or whatever? I want it. I don't know. Anger Foot. Doom Foot. It's the first person Hotline Miami with kicking. Oh yeah, and there's a spirit tree here. Two halves of a wild pie. Just eat the fucking thing. Just eat one. Oh yeah, why did you work on?
Out in 2 hours. There's no event, it's done. Canceled. No more.
Wild. Imagine being a guest at a convention, a small convention for a dying fandom, and getting kicked out of not just the con, but also your hotel room. Well, that happened to me and a couple
What?
thousand other people who attended Wild Wild West Con, a small steampunk convention held in Tucson, Arizona.
The
This
whole
is the
hotel
story
room.
of that weekend. This is partially about what I originally wanted this video to be about, which was asking the question, is steampunk dead? But it's primarily about the series of events that made this, unfortunately, the worst con I've ever been to. So let's back up to how we got here. First of all, steampunk is a subgenre of science fiction, primarily coming from alternate history novels that imagine what the world would look like if instead of the world running on electricity or combustion engines, that it ran on steam. And that idea spiraled into a subculture where people dress up in Victorian-inspired clothing featuring tubes, gears, pocket watches, and to my chagrin, top hats. Lots and lots of top hats.
Anything.
Unlike goth that can never die because it's already dead.
It's just the top hat goggle combo. It's
steampunk. It's kind of been running out of steam. So when I got invited to be a guest at Wild Wild West Con, a steampunk-specific convention, I was like, they still have steampunk cons? And I was so curious to see what the steampunk fandom looked like in 2025 and to experience
Why would you drop
the
an uncut
desert biome
sapphire?
for the first time that I headed all the way to Tucson, Arizona to find out. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting a lot from this con. On top of being a con for a fandom past its prime, this con was also pretty small, but it also recently had a considerable venue downgrade. You see, Wild Wild West Con used to be held at Old Tucson, which was just a really cool location. In fact, the con got its name from its old venue, as this was where Wild Wild West, the movie, was filmed. But in 2020, the venue itself closed down, so now Wild Wild West Con is held at the Casino del Sol, which, while not a Wild West town, is a casino, so that's different for me, I guess. But it's still like, dang, you kind of can't beat that. And with what ended up happening this weekend, the Casino del Sol might end up being the death of WWWC. But as we arrived, I was just happy to see some cactuses. I didn't know they got this big. And for such a small
Cacti.
convention, they treated me
It's
like
cacti.
because we got picked up from the airport and they gave us like a welcome basket with Cheez-Its and Diet Coke. But it also had this giant pack of machine sewing needles, which is just so awesome, and a seam ripper, and like, that's just really nice. Thank you. Also, I want to back up to the front of my cat.
Also, all the
Shout
Splenda.
out the most consistently
I need to get some
loud and smelly
stevia.
two children that we sat behind
I've been
on the
concerned about my sugar intake.
because I just really want to tell you about my very weird experience
80 trolls.
of being in a strange Dramamine haze state while listening to John Green's new book, Everything is Tuberculosis, and hearing about the deadliest disease in the world while listening to a child scream and smelling its poop. While we had arrived on Wednesday, Thursday morning was our first chance to check out the venue, because after grabbing coffee surrounded by slot machines, we wandered through the shockingly decked out casino floor. Both Joe and I had never been to a casino before, so it was really crazy to see the big faux sky. This was really cool. I'm not interested in gambling at all, but I am always interested in fake buildings and fake skies.
There's definitely still fun places to take pictures here. Like, considering where the venue used to be, how cool that was, like, this is not a total downgrade. Like, I mean, you even got the extra light from all the machines.
Though we did find the branding of all the different slot machines interesting, to say the least.
Titty glitter. You can get a husbando in this one. Waifu? Beer waifu?
I was happy that we walked around and did this now because it was 7:30 in the morning, so there was nobody on the casino floor, and I don't think I would have felt right filming people gambling, but I got the jackpot on slot machine B-roll. And it's also a good thing I
wonder
did this because while there was
what
supposed to be a fire
technically
show that
counts
night
as a
from
troll.
Steampunk Xena, it got canceled, so we spent this entire day waiting for the Severance finale to come out, and oh my god, we loved it. But then we immediately went to the con's reception, but we didn't stay long because we really just wanted to talk to each other about Severance, and we were worried about spoiling people. So all I have from Thursday is a few clips of us tragically getting ignored by the servers with the hors d'oeuvres, but foreshadowing, it might be a good thing that we didn't get any of these.
I see steampunks down there. That guy is definitely going just to the casino, and he has no idea what's going on. Watch him ask, watch him ask. Nah, he ain't asking.
I was excited
What?
though, because it was time for me to join the steampunks and become my steampunk cowboy. This is Red Dead Redhead, is named by one of my patrons, Evertone. She's a cowboy lady, and she protects her cows from invading airships, and unlike most steampunk characters that are British, because one of the influential steampunk novels involves the British Empire never falling, this cowboy is American and fights for the freedom of her precious cows with her powerful finger guns. Badass cowboy doing the business. Oh, and Joe's outfit for today was Lumen Neutrals. Look at my boy! Are you ready to macro data refine?
I want to try to do the thing. You know what to do. I gotta do the camera part. Zoom out and come. Oh, I did it. Just do the thing. Now there's just some dude filming me for a minute. What a nice guy. I'll film you back, bitch.
Anyway, we rootin' and tootin' down to the vendor hall to see what was for sale. And it was kind of a strange mix. It was exactly what you'd expect in some ways. Lots of leather goods and hats, plenty of top hats, but also really a lot of stuff you would expect to see at the Ren Fair, like herbs and teas, but also soaps and candles. But then also randomly a few things you would expect to see at an anime convention. And of course, that freeze-dried candy that's like everywhere for some reason. But this is where we got a sense of just how little there was to actually do at this con. Because we walked through the vendor room in probably less than 15 minutes and saw all of it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just different. It's just small. It's
Okay,
just the kind of vendor room that's absolutely perfect for going to a con
Fuck,
for
I forgot I had to visit the farming
but
guild
we'd
again.
be here all weekend. So we were going to need to turn to the
Why am I even
programming
here?
to have something to do. So we looked at the schedule, and while there were some events that did look interesting tomorrow, there wasn't much being offered on
Oh, I was
Friday.
panicking.
So we went to do the one thing small conventions are great for, a place to go take pictures in your fun outfit.
Of course.
So let me tell you more about that, because the story of how this outfit came together is pretty interesting, because it was about to not look cute. This vest was the practice round for my Okaroon cosplay that I haven't started yet, besides patterning it and making this mock-up. But my method for buying mock-up fabric was just going to Goodwill in search of anything brown, and I got shined on by the thrift gods because I found this gorgeous brown and gold brocade tablecloth and this matching table runner. Though it may be curtains, I'm not actually sure, but it was such a lucky find. Oh, and those random straps are actually straps I made for my Breath of the Wild link that I forgot that I even had because I consistently forget that I made that cosplay because I made it in 2020 and nothing that happened at that time remains in my brain. And then I went to Walmart a week before the con and found the closest thing I could to a cowboy hat, which is this, which I can only describe as a basic white girl hat. I got that, and then some craft foam, some googly eyes, a couple Surebonder glue sticks, and some apple barrel paint tubes later, and we have a steaming hot cowboy-ish hat. Which, did you know that cowboy hats wouldn't exist without tuberculosis, kind of? It was made in 3 hours, and it's covered in hot glue strings, but by God, it looks awesome, and that's what steampunk's about, isn't it? Are you on an orc bow?
I guess.
Anyway, it was time for my panel, which was my absolute basics of sewing panel. And this would be my first impression of how popular I was as a guest for the steampunks. And the answer was not at all.
Welcome to the absolute basics of sewing. For you for coming.
With how small the con is, I wasn't surprised that not many people came. And
Dude,
some of the people
it
that
makes
came
me
were
so
absolutely
uncomfortable
lovely,
when
but
like
some were not. And I'll get to
there's
that.
only
But
a few
more than 4
people
people
at a
did
thing
usually
and
show up.
they're like want to
Including
applaud
my
because they're
patron
excited,
Stevie,
but
and
like
there
they're
was this
nervous
nice
because
older
it's like
man
2
who kept
people
giving me all these big
loud
smiles
clap
over the
cheering
jokes
is
written
too
in my
much noise
PowerPoint,
for a
but in the
room. So they're
background
like,
sat a
whoa!
woman
Oh,
who
that's
made
too
it
loud.
before the panel even started, and she spent the entire panel commenting under her breath over what I had to say. This person clearly knew how to sew, as she had a few comments during the question portion that made that clear, but thanks, lady, for scoffing at a panel that you didn't even need. But yeah, I was, expecting to be accepted by the open arms of the steampunks. And I'll be clear, the staff accepted me. The owners of the con even came to my panel and asked questions. I felt incredibly welcomed and respected by the con staff, but not by that lady. And maybe I was just feeling a little shy today, or maybe I'm just used to having strangers at cons ask for my picture because I'm dressed up as characters they like, but nobody asked for a picture of Red Dead Redhead, which I guess I expected, because it's not like I'm dressed as a popular character from a popular show, except my fiance was, and nobody even knew who he was. One person, Geneva, shout out to her. Geneva is a member of
Okay, like 3/10 of society have Apple Plus subscriptions. There's not enough good shows on Apple Plus.
Cosplay, but she and her partner were the only people.
People will get Apple Plus, watch Severance, and go, "Oh, this is really good." Finish Severance, and like maybe try Ted Lasso, and like maybe some other things. But what the fuck else is on Apple Plus?
To gamble far outnumbered the con goers. I will say, I did get a feeling of acceptance from the fandom whenever I passed another steampunk in the casino, because they give me a nod as if to say, yeah, I see you, fellow weirdo. Glad you're under the poker sign at this moment, too. And you might think that as a cosplayer, I'm used to walking around in weird clothing, but no, I felt very strange in this casino. Most cons I go to are
Non-character cosplaying is just not an activity for. Did I just plant another nasturtium without asking what?
That was for VIP attendees.
Sweet
to get
corn,
to have
okay.
dinner with the owners of the con and some of the guests. Now, I didn't film a lot of this.
Like if you're an introvert and you're like not a character.
But this dinner unexpectedly became the turning point of the weekend, because after me
Like somebody has to be an extrovert, because you could be like, oh my god, hey, are you here for the convention? Yeah. Oh, I love your not a character, but your steampunk outfit. Like you need to make conversation with people.
It became scary to think about when also.
Because like if you're a character that someone recognizes, they can at least approach you and be like, oh my god, I love your blank cosplay. Can I get a picture with you?
To be the day that I assimilated into the steampunk. Saturday was going to be the day to test whether or not it's weird to wear an anime cosplay to
No one's gonna get a picture with you just because, you know, your outfit looks particularly great.
For 2 reasons. One, if nobody knew who Mark S was yesterday, with Severance being such a big show, then nobody was going to know what Dandadan was either. And my whole point of wearing.
Also, if he's cosplaying the guy from Severance, dude, your boyfriend is just wearing a suit. I imagine plenty of people would have like approached him, like, or would have thought, oh, maybe, and then, what if he's not though?
And 2, walking around the casino was weird enough as a cowboy, but I'd at least get a nod from the steampunks passing by. But if I was Momo, then I would just be weird on all fronts. So I decided to save her for Sunday in hopes that there would be less casino goers then, and decided to combine my own favorite
I didn't
alternate fashion
compost the
with
dwellberry.
steampunk. But honestly, I kind of just wanted to keep wearing my fun hat. Plus all the bags that I had on those straps were pretty sick. Anyway, while Friday was pretty underwhelming with its programming, Saturday had a few things that we wanted to get to. I had my own panel at 11, but then
Yeah,
at
and that's
4
ready in
o'clock,
an
there
hour.
was Nerf battling, which seemed like a pretty integral part of steampunk culture. So we headed down to the dealer's room and ended up buying some cute pins and charms from one of the booths selling anime merch, and even got to see a little bit of the teapot racing, which was kind of hilarious and also self-explanatory. But then 2 interactions set the stage for what was about to happen. The first was a conversation we had with Geneva of Marquise of Vaudeville, who was sitting at her table in the hallway alone. We asked her if she was excited for the concert tonight, but she scrunched up her face and said, well, 2 of the bandmates are sick, including the singer. They were up all night, and they might not be able to perform. A little later,
Oh my
we
God.
passed by the owner of the con in the hallway on the way to my panel, and I just stood there filming the belly dancers, but Joe spoke to him for a moment, and this is where we caught wind that something terrible was coming. The owner told Joe that the sickness a few people had was possibly norovirus, which is highly contagious.
No.
So it's contagious through touch and not through the air. And we did notice then that the con had switched out the water stations from jugs to bottles. And while we were concerned, I still had a panel to do. And this was one that I was actually confident in the structure of and was pretty fucking sure that I was the singular expert on at the con. My cosplay content for YouTube panel. Because unless Jimmy Beast himself showed up, I didn't think anyone would be making comments under their breath this time. And
True.
nobody did. But more importantly, though, this panel was where I got to meet some online friends I've known for a while, but have never gotten a chance to meet in real life, and who would ultimately end up being our saviors of the weekend, Em and Trevor, who some may know as the people that banned them from the spacecraft. Don't worry, I probably told them to ban you. After the panel, I was still determined to go to the Crow Exchange, which is where you go trade little trinkets like a crow. And I had brought a little bag of beads to trade, and I did get to exchange a few shiny beads, but with how packed the room was and with the norovirus thing looming, we got out of there pretty quickly as it just didn't seem like a good idea. So we headed over to the Tea Dueling, which is one of WWC's headlining events. And Em even got to participate. This is a goofy little game where 2 people dunk cookies into tea and they have to wait a set amount of time and then they pull them up and whoever eats the cookie last wins. But if your cookie falls apart, you lose. So it's cookie chicken. It was really cute, and even if you lost, you won a giant lemon from somebody who brought a bunch of lemons to the con because
What?
of the lemon tree and made too many lemons, so Em got a lemon. But as Em got off stage with her victory lemon, I'm gonna steal a joke from John Green's book that is a joke he stole from someone else. If this was a movie, this would be the part where the con would pull out the white rag and start coughing. Because in the middle of the panel, they got on the mic to announce that they had to end the panel early.
I have to shut down the face. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
They shut down the panel.
Uh-oh. I don't even think someone would be... I don't think that's a white rag cough moment. That's a... What?
Yeah, that was cute. That was adorable. And, well, I got to film you doing it, so...
That's all that matters.
But we went outside and sat down to color at the comic book van, and we barely hit marker to coloring
okay.
page
Oh, yeah,
when we
trolls.
overheard a staff member approach the guy running the coloring station.
Wait. Because, I mean, it's just totally shut down. If so, we are flying home tomorrow, not Monday.
I love that she judged him because they're both trying to... What? We just need to get everybody out.
Feel weird to do this? Of course, I kept recording. And what I got next is the craziest stuff I have ever seen at a con. We approached the comic book van man to get clarification on what we overheard.
Are they shutting down the
Yes, that's what she just told us. They're shutting it down. And
just in a panel and they can
check out. Yes.
Yeah, I thought I heard that. Like you have to check out of the hotel?
Yes. What is that? What about people from out of state?
Yeah.
On the other side of the country. That's insane. Like, that's insane to do to people.
The women thing.
No, obviously. And so, apparently, some people have been getting sick. I haven't heard.
We heard it was
I've heard some.
norovirus.
Well, apparently the casinos heard and said, all right, get out. Apparently, they're shutting it down for medical concerns. That they're saying you're bringing the norovirus to the casino. That's insane, but I think that's what it is.
And when I tried to go
Oh, you
back
could fight
inside,
Dad
I
over
was
and
met
over
with
again.
a venue representative making the announcement to attendees.
The event is being closed. For those that are participating or here, we are not allowing any more people inside. If you are staying at the hotel, you have to leave. You have an hour to gather your things and leave the hotel, so you can go to the front desk. I know it's a shock. I'm finding it out too. We're just making sure that we're shutting down the event in a timely manner. The vendors all have to be out in 2 hours.
Have they said why?
There's no event. It's done. Canceled. No more. Gone. Not tomorrow either. Not tomorrow either. Nothing. Yeah. The event has been canceled.
Have they said why?
I'm not able to say that, but there has been some people that have been getting sick.
With what?
I'm not a doctor. Okay.
Not a doctor.
I don't know anything. I'm just helping. I'm in food and beverage, but right now.
Well, thank you, ma'am, from food and beverage.
But no more participants. They know what's going on at the hotel, and they will help you over there.
Joe, we have to be out of the room in an hour. Yes.
Joe and I were panicking because most people at this event.
Oh, they're like, it's not a quarantine. You have to evacuate the entire building in an hour. Because people are getting sick, but it's not a quarantine.
She came all the way from England, so she really had nowhere to go. And the Tucson airport is pretty small, so there were not a whole lot of options for changing flights. But luckily for us, Em and Trevor were still around. They had driven in from Phoenix for the day, and they graciously and thankfully agreed to be our escape plan. So they went back to their car, but me and Joe had to head back inside to try to get back to our hotel room. And on the way, we asked a few friendly faces what they knew.
Hey. What? Do you know what's going on? So the tribal lands have declared that there is a medical emergency here. Someone said that they were tested positive for norovirus. So they're shutting down the con. The con is currently looking for hotel rooms for all of their guests. They're asking everyone to leave the hotel. Yeah. They have 2 hours to check in and get out.
Nice to meet you. This is probably goodbye.
We also did confirm that the con staff did
Aw,
have a plan for us.
that's so
but
sweet.
then we got stopped in our speedy tracks by the elevator line. And we had the terrible experience of packing up all of our stuff within an hour, which was as stressful and bad as I'm sure you can imagine.
Wait, what am I?
it was,
Okay,
And it made me
so-
very sweaty. I barely remembered to wash off the weird makeup I was wearing, and because we came carry-on only, there was no room for my Cheez-Its, so they got left behind. Though it wasn't like people were banging on our door or anything to get out. Anyway, when we were waiting in the elevator line, Joe got our flights changed.
Am I
and
able
our
to
angels
just,
in the
like,
desert took us all the way to Phoenix, which was honestly rad.
Go up
because
there?
We got to see way more of the beautiful desert. The wild thing, though, was that it seemed pretty clear that the casino people or anyone at the hotel that was not a member of the con was not asked to leave. In fact, as we waited to take the elevator down, we heard from people who were in their rooms that no one had called the hotel rooms to tell everybody to get out. So in the moment, we were not actually sure if the entire venue got evacuated or if it was just the con attendees, but after the
What?
con, there were several articles that confirmed that no, the casino goers and the other hotel guests, they were allowed to stay. which
What?
is kind of crazy, but also stupid.
Wait, also there's another
Sure,
fairy
it's a
ring right up
disease
here.
Spreading.
Huh?
Making people leave is just going to spread the disease further, which, funnily enough, is exactly what happened. Anyway, on our drive to Phoenix, we caught a few updates from the other guests that showed that the con staff did manage to get all the guests somewhere else to stay, but we literally drove into the sunset and got some yummy dinner in Phoenix, but this was not the fairy tale ending that we thought it was going to be, because while getting to the airport went smooth,
Okay, my fairy ring
everything
options are
went wrong
slim.
on the plane. Suffice it to say, we were kind of just excited to get on the plane to just pass out, but no. This person that we dealt with on this plane made that baby from the first flight look like a saint. Because at least that was a baby. That baby had no idea that they were annoying people. But on this flight, the girl directly behind me, a grown-ass adult, turned her bright f***ing blue-ass light, LED-ass, sleepiness-sapping light on so that she could read a book. Anyway, I put my sweater over my head to block out the light, and I did end up going to sleep for like most of the flight, but the nightmare wasn't over for me. And karma was about to bring that girl into the nightmare too, because about 20 minutes before landing, the plane jumbled around, and the heat from having my sweatshirt on my head was starting to get to me, and I knew something was coming, something I have known before. I was about to throw up from motion sickness. And I tried to grab the sick bag in the seat, but it was too late. 1, the mixed greens from my salad eclipsed the window. 2, I covered my beloved...
Okay.
Manco shirt and man juices. 3, out of the corner of my eye, I could see that the reader got hit with a stray. And while I thought in my sleepy haze that I had motion sickness, and I legit thought that because I have thrown up on planes from that before, it became pretty clear as we got out of the airport and the vomiting did not stop that I had something else, because it wouldn't end for a few more hours. But for a trip whose entire purpose was to answer the question, is steampunk dead, to end with a disease that literally could be deadly to its aging fandom, is just sad. Isn't it? Is it? A few days later, the con put out a very detailed press release that laid out everything they knew, which was not a lot. In their statement, they say that the con was never actually told a hard reason for the shutdown, but that they were aware that some vendors, staff, and guests had gotten sick, but they didn't know how many or with what. It also included an update section that stated an hour before the con was able to put out their own statement, the venue made one to news media, claiming that the shutdown was from norovirus. But this article was so sparse that it frustrated me, because where was the venue's proof that it was in fact norovirus? Another article points out that the venue has never put forward any proof that the norovirus claim wasn't just something somebody said. This is part of the con's statement. We had heard an unconfirmed rumor that someone may have had norovirus, so on Saturday at 1:28 p.m., one of the owners sent a text to our event manager at the Casino del Sol that included a link to the CDC page.
It really does sound like they were just looking for an excuse to kick out all these
We never stated that this
people.
was the confirmed source of the mystery illness. We only shared the information as a potential lead. Prepared to cooperate, we awaited further direction, but less than 2 hours later, we were called into a meeting where the convention was shut down. And when people on Facebook started conspirizing that maybe it was actually food poisoning, the venue responded with, to be frank, this situation has been given far more attention than it warrants. Venues and events across the country experience norovirus cases from time to time, and this is simply a case of a group being unhappy with Casino del Sol's decision to prioritize the health and safety of all guests, team members, and tribal members.
What?
The safety of those playing the slot machines. Why didn't
Yeah. What about the people you didn't kick out?
Annoyed with the lack of concrete proof of norovirus, especially when Joe, who I puked right next to several times, did not get sick, that I went and got the proof with my own body. I went and took a PCR test for norovirus, and I was told told that the test covers everything gastrointestinal. So no matter what it was, the test would tell us. Y'all, I did a stool sample test for this video. If that does not make you subscribe or at least hit the like button, like, you cannot tell me I'm not dedicated. Please subscribe. And the test results were norovirus. That's the proof. I just don't understand why we couldn't confirm that. And yeah, it's probably a HIPAA thing, but just so nobody else thinks it's food poisoning, I can violate my own HIPAA. Here you go. Here's the thing though, nobody's mad that the con got shut down. We're angry that your disorganized communication caused all of this unnecessary panic in people that were about to get sick. I panicked and got on a plane, but I wouldn't have done that if you didn't freak me out by making me do a speed run of packing up my hotel room. And I mean, can you really blame the tribal authority for seeing a bunch of people speaking with fake British accents, drinking tea and spreading diseases and going, yeah, y'all gotta go? That part is fair. But why did the venue staff not have anything they could tell us? Why did they say things like, the con will have answers, but then the con is like, we need answers from you? Why are you making people check out within an hour? How are the 10 types people gonna get all of that equipment out in 2 hours? They didn't. Everybody was out in like 5 hours. So why give people these unattainable time limits and cause all of this panic? And why are you also not cleaning the casino? Like, I was in there. I have footage of it. I had norovirus. Here's me in your casino with norovirus. It was just so unreasonably stressful and disrespectful. And while I can understand the authorities' reasoning, I cannot help but feel really bad for this con. These people were so nice to us. They clearly wanted not just me, but
What if
everybody
she
at the
brought the
con to have
norovirus?
such a good time. And their adorable
I'm
con
kidding.
about hot leaf juice and top hats got obliterated. And now I'm making a video titled The Worst Con I've Ever Been To, because it was that. But it wasn't because of anything the con did. And like, yeah, we were a little bored on Friday, but I really wanted to see the Nerf dueling. And I don't know how to answer any of my questions that I have for the venue. Only they can answer those. And I'm sorry this happened to you, Wild Wild West Con. But I also thank you for one of the craziest stories I will ever be able to tell. You have certainly earned the right to put...
Team Fortress 2 is a really good game. Like, a really good game.
Like how they're reacting to this, though. I don't like how... oh, God. Oh, God. Just run. I gotta get out of here. I'm disguised as this guy. How did he manage to get ahead of me?
And it's clear from the way people talk about it that there may never be another game like it. I mean, there's quite a few popular new hero shooters on the market.
What is this?
Like, for example, Overwatch 2, for all 3 people that are still playing that game. And, of course, Marvel Rivals. And yet, to this day, you still see new fan-made content for TF2 all the time. Yep, there is definitely some fan content.
Wait a minute.
And today, I want to talk about a very special piece of this ongoing fandom surrounding what many consider to be a dead game. And, you know, not dead just because it went free to play and invited the horde of paws. I'm talking about how no server in Team Fortress 2 is safe, especially the ones that are completely empty. Before we can jump into the madness, there is the new server blight story. I want to zoom in a little closer on why something like this is dropping in late 2024, you know, long after the player base of TF2 has dwindled considerably. Don't get me wrong, the numbers TF2
because analog horror,
still
dude,
are really impressive, but how does it do it? What's so enthralling about this game that it's managed to capture its audience some 18 years after its release? Why is the fan story centering on such a cartoony game so dark and gruesome? Look, stick with me here, because I promise the answer to all of these questions is going to wrap into how I see the server blight, both in terms of story and what I think are some of its clear inspirations.
Dude, where am I?
We also have some absolutely insane merch to go
Okay,
along
this
with
is what I
series.
was
You know,
looking
if you
for.
ever wanted to feel like you were trapped in a video game,
Can I not?
alone, with something hunting you. We have 2 designs that can be bought as either a poster or a t-shirt. They're incredibly limited, and buying one directly
Oh,
helps
okay,
me
he
to be able
won't
to make
attack
videos
me.
like this instead of the other channel. Now, if you do purchase
Oh, I
one,
can
you'll probably
safe
be
spot
bullied
the other
because you're
one,
wearing
though.
YouTuber merch, which, to be fair, is
Man,
deserved.
what are their types?
If you want to watch more content that isn't slop, I also have a podcast on the side where I scream with a bunch of people inside a retirement home.
Listen to the fucking wind. It is breaking through the windows.
Are you sure someone's not just throwing bricks at your window?
You think they're throwing bricks from the fucking ground 300 feet
The
up?
link to that is in the description. Now, it might sound silly to ask something like, what is Team Fortress 2? But for those not in the loop, that's the people that will unironically call Fortnite nostalgic. You might go and look up Team Fortress 2 on Google, only to find Team Fortress 1. See, the thing is, as creative as Team Fortress 2 is, Team Fortress 1 looks nothing alike. That's because Team Fortress was actually a Quake mod and later ported to Quake World. It was so popular even within the Quake community of the mid to late 90s that in 1998, Gabe Newell, the Zeus of PC gaming, sought to hire the developers of the mod just so they could port it to Half-Life 1. This would be a way to show the creative power of the Half-Life development kit. And now look at Valve. They don't even make any games. They just collect the tax on Steam. That's not all.
Yeah.
This port of QTF, or Quake Team Fortress, was going to be so expansive that it would be deserving of the title Team Fortress 2, a true successor that stood entirely on its own merits. There was just one thing. Making video games is hard. Really hard. The team wanted TF2 to be more than just a feature update, but there was still a gap to fill in terms of having a functional port of Team Fortress to Half-Life, and thus Team Fortress Classic was born. It was released on April 1st, 1999, but this port was far from an April Fool's joke. TFC was everything QTF was and more, given the space to be its own thing. Team Fortress Classic looked a lot better than
Did this video come out April Fool's? It came out very
The
recently.
team would still want a much bigger sequel project, and this is where the you know
Because
the
that's
funny meme,
perfect,
not
if so.
9 years in development. Get it? Get it? If you understood the reference, you're an old head.
Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait.
TF2 would see many iterations before it became the game that we're familiar with. I do want to go on a little tangent here. I've always thought that Valve is one of the most interesting companies in the world when they, used to make games. As a teenager, I would spend countless hours playing on my own because I had no friends through games like Left 4 Dead, listening to the audio devlogs and how they talk about how certain things worked in the world. Like, for example, in the original Left 4 Dead, they would use bodies to actually have visual storytelling without the need for a cutscene.
This covered body is an example of how we tell a story in the levels without using any words or overt storytelling. We wanted to show that there are other people in the world that are survivors like you. We figured most people wouldn't survive very long and you'd come across their bodies, but we needed a way to set these apart from all the dead ragdolls of the common infected. By simply covering a body with a blanket or a sheet, it becomes really obvious that this guy had a buddy, a friend, and when he went down, his friend had compassion and covered him up. This also tells a story about the state of the world, that they wouldn't want to go out and bury the body. They couldn't expose themselves to infected, so they'd have the bodies right there with them, but covered. Sometimes you'll see a covered body right outside a checkpoint, so it's like they were in a safe area and maybe during the night their buddy died from his wounds. So the next morning the other survivors didn't really want the body in there with them, so they dragged it outside. This was the best they could do for the guy.
Back
Damn.
when it was supposed to be a direct sequel to QTF, Team Fortress 2 existed as Team Fortress 2 Brotherhood of Arms, and it also had a very realistic art direction. Remember how every single video game that was released in the late 2000s was really gloomy and usually had some kind of like piss filter? Yeah, it was pretty much that. A lot of dev time went into this game to try and release it in 2000, and then typical Valve delaying the game. Later, 2001, but it'd be cancelled before it ever saw the light of day. Yeah, imagine if your game got cancelled and no one ever saw it. Or they just never give a release date, ever. Yeah, that's funny, right? So why did they scrap it? Well, something you might have noticed, just looking at old footage, is how noticeably...
I'm so happy with games never giving a release date, because that just means wait until we make it as good as fucking possible. They have the budget, for
has
it,
an
they're gonna
entirely
do it.
different function. Imagine if the
And they're gonna
sniper
make it
and the medic
perfect.
had similar outfits. It'd be really hard to tell them apart. You wouldn't be able to single out a healer, for example, and you'd be screwed over in a match. This is actually something that the developers of Team Fortress 2 were completely aware
Dude,
of.
if Silk Song comes out and it's bad, I'm gonna eat a
I'm
shoe.
not sure why. There's a developer node you could find in Team Fortress 2, and they specifically say that they wanted every single character to be recognizable just from a silhouette alone.
Characters are the most important piece of art in a multiplayer game, so that is where we spent most of our effort. We developed a read hierarchy for player models, prioritizing the information that players needed to be able to read merely by looking at the model. Our hierarchy was this: first, what team they're on; second, what class they're playing; and third, what weapon they're wielding. Team readability was addressed by adopting an overall color palette for each team, picking warm colors for red and cool colors for blue. Class readability was addressed through the character's silhouette. Unique silhouette and animation shapes are more identifiable at far distances and across a broader range of light levels than any amount of other visual detail on the model. Finally, the weapon was highlighted through the textures. The areas of highest contrast, which attract players' eyes, are all focused around the chest area of our
Dude, the
right
design
in addition, the subtle gradient from
of
darkness around
TF2,
the bright areas
the
of
design
the
philosophy of
also helps
TF2
draw
is
the
like
player's
the
eyes
fucking
to it.
Simpsons
The
of
original
video
version
games.
was
So
too complicated as well. There were
perfect.
elements that just don't exist today, like the idea of the commander, a class that would have a bird's eye view of the map and they'd be able to place structures, provide support, and give possible orders. Basically the equivalent of a Discord mod, but they actually had some kind of power. It was removed due to its passive nature, and this was smart, as it's hard to imagine a world where either it was super fun to give orders to people who didn't want to listen to you, or very fun to be the people who don't want to listen to the orders. I mention this in particular because the idea of one person deciding what the major objectives the player should be performing is, you know, pretty alien to games, but also
yeah, I
will
hate
be a
those.
lot
I
more
hate like
relevant
it
later.
even
For now,
annoys
just
me in
throw away the
Battlefield
idea of a multiplayer
when I'm
game
a squad
where you
lead
take orders from
and I'm
someone.
like,
Funnily enough,
oh fuck,
commander
I need to
node
like
similar to this
highlight
was
the
actually
objective.
available to a few Battlefield titles like Battlefield 2, 21,
Because
42,
like
and most
I'll be playing the
notoriously
game.
Battlefield 4 and Hardline.
Typically I just run to whatever
This whole
objective
concept
looks
is really
like
interesting because for the latter titles,
we're fighting
you could
over.
actually play it using only your tablet or
Oh
your
yeah,
phone.
look, it's
So you can
Battlefield.
multitask, like how every instant has Roblox on their iPads with a TikTok tab opened on the top right corner. So sometime after TF2 BOA, God, that is a mouthful. No wonder that game died. After that was scrapped, they tried to remedy the readability with Team Fortress 2 Invasion. We really didn't see much of this game in the official terms, but in October of 2003, Valve suffered a major hack that had files for Half-Life 2, which was scheduled for release in the next year, and early builds of Counter-Strike Source and Team Fortress 2. And I don't mean the kind of leaks we get today where it's just like, you know, someone says something on Twitter. I mean, there were full character models from TF2 Invasion. I could talk for hours about how crazy this hack is, and don't worry, I won't. But it's important to bring up because otherwise we wouldn't really know much about TF2 Invasion. The reason why I'm going over the entire history of TF2, apart from to, you know, make the video longer so YouTube pays me more, is also because of the fact that people think that Valve are this magical company that everything they touch instantly turns to gold. But me giving the history of Team Fortress 2, it just shows how many different iterations they had to go through until they got the masterpiece that is Team Fortress 2. Well, I say it's a masterpiece, they still have the soldier, you know, absolutely dog water class. All you gotta do is look down, press mouse 1. Oh, random crit, common pre-fire. 4 rockets per clip, by the way. Very normal. Also, remember that Far Cry 3 video I did a couple of years ago? Could you imagine if Jason Brody had 4 rockets per clip before having to reload? Yeah, that'd be really fair. So was the 2003 hack why Team Fortress 2 Invasion was scrapped? Did we know too much about the game before it dropped for it to garner the same excitement? Maybe. But it probably has to do with the intent for it to be a much more complicated game than Quake Team Fortress or Team Fortress Classic. At some point, the scope of the game ballooned. Okay, wrong choice of words. At some point, the scope of the game got to a point of being confusing. Now, long since the release of the actual real TF2 that everyone still plays today, we've found out more about TF2 through interviews with Gabe Newell and other people who had knowledge of TF2's previous versions. And it's really funny because if you look back on what they were saying, they trashed these games. They absolutely hated them. So all this to say that the version of TF2 we're so familiar with basically didn't start to even come together until 2005. That was through numerous concept arts that have been made public since its release. It's clear that they wanted to make something with the spirit of Team Fortress Classic, but also distinctly recognizable. And again, like I mentioned earlier, this is why the game had such varied silhouettes. You can recognize every single class in the game just from looking at the shape of them.
Oh my god, I'm tired of hearing that about TF2.
Different from Quake appearance-wise that people thought it was some kind of Looney Tunes.
Like, I know I priced it earlier, but like,
But now looking at most Clash
it's
shooters that
self-explanatory
exist,
at this
adopted
point. It's
TF2
been
form,
said.
And when it finally released in 2007, it was a massive hit.
It's like hearing that Michael Jackson is the king of pop.
The game is now barely getting updated.
Yes.
The rise of Team Fortress 2 horror is a larger topic that we could individually dive into without even analyzing the server blight story. But I want to expand on people's tendency on what they find scary elements in innocent things. One trope that's becoming much more common nowadays is being in a server where you're completely on your own. The same as how people would load up Construct and Gary's mods, and despite the game having absolutely no players, no threats unless they spawn something in or have questionable mods, they will still never, ever go into that dark room. Because maybe there could be something in there.
The nether.
But again, this subversion of turning something innocent into something scary, this has happened time and time again across a multitude of different genres and formats from both games, TV, and I think when it comes to internet culture, a lot of it can be primarily traced back to sharing creepypastas. Okay, all right, I get it. I say creepypasta. You think of, but Le Ben drowned. Le Sonic with Le Black Eyes. Ooh, so scary. Oh my god, is that Jeff the Killer? And they put Jeff the Killer and Slenderman in the same map, and now they're double teaming me. Now the reason why I'm talking about creepypastas, please stay with me here. I get it, okay? You think of creepypasta, you instantly imagine, Le Scary Face, Le Dog. I'm actually looking at the creepypastas now. We've got, oh my god, is that Game End Squidward? People are intimately familiar with the game to the point where a person's favorite class to play may even be their favorite class from a personality angle. Much like how the sniper, like every Australian I've ever met, throws piss at you and shouts racial slurs. Or how people that play as the scout usually have a hyper-autistic fixation with the popular streamer Germa. Or my personal favorite, the pyro. If you play as the pyro, you're either a degenerate or a furry. Well, I basically said the same word twice. This familiarity, this love for what TF2 is precisely why the server blight is so effective. Even if you don't play TF2 through cultural osmosis. Even if you don't play TF2 through cultural osmosis,
oh my
you're
god,
more familiar with it than you'd think. You may know about my incident that never happened, Germa sounding like the scout, or TF2's funny yet steeply priced hat system. I'm pretty sure there's more people that know about the rampant bot situation in Team Fortress 2 than have actually played the game. But the game at this point is pretty set in stone. The last major update, Jungle Inferno, released in 2017. God, I'm rotten. And though it remains a cultural touchstone online, the player base has waned more and more as the game has lost support. Now, we have gotten a new comic, but, you know, it might be a long time before we see anything new for the game itself. And at this point, it's just stacking on top of a game that came out 18 years ago. Most games these days don't even manage to last a third of that time. This is the part where I'm meant to make a Concord joke, but I'll do you one better. Meet Your Maker. This was actually a really fun game where you could invade someone else's base to get their loot and then leave, and simultaneously you could also make your own base to defend against an attacker. At the time of recording, there's around 10 people playing this game. I think one of the main reasons it died is because no matter how good your base was, jobless sweats would keep brute forcing it until they found a way to beat it. And
well,
no,
yeah.
I'm not salty because I lost every single base that I made. The server blight is a direct counter to what is known about Team Fortress 2. There's little to no humor in it. It's a deeply serious story that works within a similar framework to old machinimas. The format is familiar, but the execution isn't. The whole story has a very gruesome, creepy vibe, which plays in direct contrast to Team Fortress 2's cartoony and expressive art style. The absence of players, the music, the way that only one player actually talks in the voice channel. It all feels very out of the ordinary for TF2 fan content, especially the last one, because if you ever spoke in-game in Team Fortress 2, you would get a reply, but it's probably from a bot trying to sell you a dodgy hat. But this story feels too thematically put together to be a totally original story. This is where we back up yet again to talk about a huge moment in internet culture during the 2000s, even into today.
Dude, if I don't kill it before I run out of
we need to
prayer.
define such a garbage nonsense word. Seriously, you might already know what it means, but go and talk to your parents about what a creepypasta is. They will have no clue what you're talking about. I'll be honest, I tried looking up creepypasta on Google Images. The first result is Sainsbury's Spooky Pasta, 400 grams for £1.50. and it's out of stock. The word creepypasta came about in roughly 2007, derived from the word copypasta. Copypastas are still going strong today and are so unfunny, they have an entire subreddit dedicated to them. One of the current top posts on the copypasta subreddit at the time of recording is, "Does liking boobs make me a lesbian?" And the worst thing is, that was probably posted by a straight man. Now, while copypastas were meant to be spammed everywhere in a semi-sarcastic, snide form, creepypastas are copypastas made with the intent to unsettle or scare the reader. The history of creepypastas are a little bit more complex than the word itself, though. Creepy chain emails of the 90s were very similar in format, often spreading urban legends or straight-up misinformation, but often the format was very similar to what would later become creepypastas. Here's one such example. Warning! Keep reading, or you will die, even if you only look at the word warning. Once there was a girl named Clarissa. She was 10 years old, and she lived in a psychiatric hospital because she killed her mother and father. He got so bad that he went to kill all the staff in the hospital so that the government
Oh,
would
I need to look for
decide
like a
that the
good
best
source of
idea was to
watermelon
get rid of it.
seeds.
So they set up a special room to kill her as humanely as possible, but the machine did not work. What they were using went wrong, and she remained seated in agony for hours until she died. Now, every week, the day of his death, he returns with the person who reads this letter. On a Monday night at 12 a.m., he crawls to your room and kills you slowly, cutting you off and watching you bleed to death. Now send this to another 10 images on this site, and he will chase someone who does not. This is not false. Apparently, if you copy and paste this into 10 comments in the next 10 minutes, you will have the best day of your life tomorrow. They will kiss you or invite you to leave. If you break this chain, you will see a little dead girl in your room tonight. Well, it's not exactly master level storytelling, but you know, today the equivalent we get is that
Lizard men and moss giants.
Hi, my name is Carmen Winstead. You know the worst thing is, I can't even play the entirety of that one because someone was like petty enough to copy. Now, again, keep in mind this was the early days of the internet, and despite it reading like a bot that's trying to get your Discord nitro, at the time this had people in a group. The internet was so new, and the thought someone would just lie or make things up, that wasn't a thing. And it still isn't today. You wouldn't lie on the internet, would you? This format of small, scary stories would continue over time, but the earliest solid examples of what we know as creepypastas originate from either 4chan or just entirely independent blogs. One of the foremost examples of this early internet scary story being the infamous... This story was told from the perspective of a hobbyist cave digger's personal blog, and his.
I was gonna record myself reading that for a video because I've never written it or
The
heard it.
storyline is amazing, and it features some really discomforting pictures. And if you haven't read or listened to a reading of it, you definitely should. As the genre proliferated, a specific sort of creepypasta began to grow in popularity: the video game creepypasta. Ooh, what if you got a haunted copy of Sonic the Hedgehog where he kills
Godzilla
all his
NES
friends?
is great.
All of this sounds pretty silly or convoluted in retrospect, but it was incredibly popular at the time, and there's still a lot of interest in this specific kind of horror. Creepypastas expanded on the scope of their themes, and to analyze server blight properly, we need to look at older stories that establish tropes relevant to my
really,
theory of what's
I've
happening in the
heavily
community
grown out of
to animation.
creepypastas,
Now,
but
it's easy
like,
to write these early stories off as cringe, and honestly, they are, but they reach for some major themes that are executed much better in this animated
honestly, like
series
I can
that
literally
make it
like
feel familiar
think
and
of
nostalgic,
Godzilla
despite
NES
being a new and ongoing
in my
series.
head,
The way the server blight
and how
tells its
like
narrative makes it feel familiar, but not entirely
like decent,
derivative in a
like
way
well
that's
done it is.
irritating. There's a lot of similar elements in other stories, like
It's
John
not
Carpenter's
scary
The
by
Thing
any
or
means, but it's
creepypastas
just
we'll
well
talk
done.
about
It's like
after getting
enjoyable.
into Server Blight's story. But the focus across the wider narrative is not so much on any one individual and giving us pieces of how the Server Blight functions as a monster.
It's a good listen.
Despite being an entirely visual experience
It's
up
a
until
good,
its latest
it's a
entry,
good
the public,
Mr.
the Server Blight
Creepypasta
animations that exist so far
binge.
feel more like SCP entries. What I mean by this is a similar anthology of stories that can be found on the SCP Foundation wiki. If you're not familiar, SCP entries are stories about various monsters that have been contained, or in some cases lost or only documented, all done by a fictional organization known as the SCP Foundation. It's not entirely important to ramble about the lore surrounding the Foundation, as long as you
I just wish
understand
he would
that it's a
actually
shadowy
talk about
group
server
not
blight
connected to
and
world
not
government.
just talk
It takes
about
the freedom of entries to be from any corner of the world. SCPs are just anomalous in nature, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a
Every
spooky, scary
single
monster, with some of
fucking
the more outlandish entries being on
online
objects,
horror
places, or
series.
entities from beyond our dimension. We can talk about how ridiculous some of these are, like for example the SCP joint. That is a real thing, by the way. But after we recap the Server Blight story, we'll compare and contrast the most similar
Okay, but it's
SCP
not a real
entries
thing.
to Server Blight. But for now, I've yapped on enough. I want to go over the events of this story so we can establish facts about how this digital monster operates.
It could be you. It could be me. It could be...
The Server Blight narrative is told over the course of 4 videos at the time of recording. These are the empty server, the migration, Server Blight, and Puppet. We're going to break down each one individually and tie what's going on to other things to maybe get a better understanding of what's happening here. Or at the very least, talk about how this feels like one of the first great internet horror stories in quite a while, with it succeeding in many places where others don't. There are already other similar videos out there that have done a great job, like the one from Intricate Labs that give a more direct recap of the story, but the goal here isn't just to do that, but tie themes and concepts of Server Blight back to their cultural roots in other creepypasta or horror media that might have inspired them. The empty server centers on a blue sniper player, Dixalot. Is that really his name? I'm trying to keep a serious tone. Okay, all right. Dixalot enters a mostly empty match of TF2. As he loads in, he asks, "What's up, guys?" and is promptly told by user Gillysuit to game end himself. So yeah, this is pretty typical of any TF2 public match. So it's fair to understand why he might not think much of it. As Dixalot walks around the map, he realizes that he is one of the only few players. There aren't any normal sounds of a fight, just his movement and the music. Right as Dixalot inquires where y'all at, a spy wanders out of the shadows and runs off the cliff behind our protagonist. After game ending himself, this spy player disconnects from the game. Dixalot assumes this to be an act of shame, or maybe some sort of rage quit, and moves on. As he turns around, a Red Scout runs across the map in front of him. He takes aim down his scope, fires a shot, but misses. The Red Scout stops dead in their tracks and looks directly at him, nodding in the sort of way people do with their mouse when they're talking in the in-game voice channel. This is actually a really common thing, by the way, especially in early Halo machinima. You know how in Red vs. Blue, it was just a bunch of guys wearing helmets, so they had to move the camera up and down to reenact that they're talking?
You're making that up.
Now this Scout seems to be pretty much asking for it. Thinking not much of it,
Ow.
our protagonist takes the easy
Ow.
headshot. This time, the player doesn't disconnect. He types, "Man, y'all are bad," and is once again instructed by Gillysuit to game end himself in chat.
Hey, yo, chill the fuck out, yo. You sitting there playing with the...
You chill the
Running
fuck
around
out,
outside
yo.
the map a bit more, he gazes across the map to a dead heavy player. At this point, he's irritated and goes to disconnect, but realizes either that he simply can't or that the button does nothing. As he runs around the map more, he comes across a red engineer. The red engineer is Gillysuit, and he immediately once again instructs Dixalot to game end himself. As he does this, the player model of the engineer animates as though he is actually speaking in-game. As he asks how this is even possible, the engineer grabs his knife from his hand. The engineer instructs him to leave while he still can, despite that Dixalot can't disconnect from the game. The engineer runs off with his knife up some nearby stairs, and he turns around to realize that a heavy player is standing just outside of the nearest doorway.
What?
Only his arm his hand extends an extra finger. As it twitches, Dixalot bolts upstairs to run away and discovers the body of the engineer, who seems to have used the knife to game end himself. Written in his blood on the walls are simple instructions: don't let it take you alive. Dixalot jumps from the building's second floor open window as he's chased by the distorted heavy player. It shouts altered lines begging for assistance as it bounds up the stairs after him.
What the fuck? I've never seen this, so this is like moderately captivating.
Dixalot runs away from the now completely disfigured heavy player, dashing off the cliff the spy player had done earlier before, finally disconnecting from the game. The extended arms of the creature reach over the cliff, shaking and still using heavy lines to beg for help. The game then crashes. We're given very little direct confirmation about what we're seeing over the course of the animation, but it establishes some key components of the narrative that are going to be important to keep in mind as we go further and talk about my theories of what this thing really is. You know, no pun intended to the John Carpenter film. This story isn't being told within the boundaries of the in-game world of TF2. This is meant to be a real server. Dixelar acts like any player would, right down to
Oh, I
the
already did
super
it.
ironic Steam name. This is extremely similar in nature to how creepypastas surrounding video games will frequently center on a very average, relatable protagonist, usually to emphasize that the real focus of the story is the distortion in the game itself. Many game mechanics are still present within the story, namely the text chat being the primary method of communication, the server updates in chat, and the full damage both the player character and the creature itself endure after jumping from the second story window. Like creepypastas of the past, this story is told from the perspective that this thing could really be out there somewhere, and there's a small chance that if you boot up TF2, you might actually run into it.
Gotta find that guy.
But right now, we don't really have much in the way of what it is right now. But one thing we do know is that the monster is still subject to the game's mechanics. It seems that when Dixelar was able to finally leave the game, he actually escaped the monster. The monster is trapped in the server. Or maybe it has the ability to go from server to server, but as long as he's not in the actual game, he might be safe. See? We're not left with a clear answer of what's happening inside the TF2 server, but it's clear either the game itself has created this entity, or it's been put into the game by whoever created the server. The user ghillie suit seems morally abstract in nature, with the repeated instructions in chat for the users to, game end themselves. It almost seems like a warning, or if you're Dixelar, an average community server. But he also doesn't move like a player character. The name almost implies the function of the player itself. The actual word ghillie suit means a camouflage suit, which get used in a multitude of games, like for example that one Call of Duty mission where you're crawling around in the grass and sniping people, or if you're a disgusting sweat in DayZ where you're fighting for 7 hours straight just to kill 2 people. The point I'm trying to make is this user could be camouflaging somehow, hiding amongst the facade of a slowly dying user base to take advantage of people's interest and fear. I don't mean to say that TF2 is actually dying. I've already established that it's got tens of thousands of players on it daily, but in this context where the server has no people in it, and say there's no one familiar online, it makes the story much more unsettling.
But also the way it's not spelled like ghillie suit with a GH, but like guilty, like GUI.
Albeit left a bit abstract still. It's disturbingly short, and with the story only being told through game chat and the visuals, you're left with making your own interpretation about the ending. Where is the map is the same, and the game hasn't changed. We're still in the same server, and it's only been moments since Dixelar jumped off the edge of the map and thankfully disconnected. A red engineer spawns in with a hat
I just want
on.
to take a
Ghillie
nice
Suit
picture of the
sends
TV.
another message in the chat. I'm having so much fun. The red engineer stops to respond, giving us the first clarification of his
Wait,
name,
what?
Johnny Danny 12. This name is noticeably less ironic than the first user. He responds, "Good for you," and quickly sets up his sentry. Despite this being a TF2 horror series, it is probably the nicest interaction ever documented on that game. As Johnny Danny 12 finishes setting up his turret, he begins to look around. There's a consistent thudding above him. Ghillie Suit doesn't send a different response instead repeatedly pasting, "I'm having so much fun." Johnny messages, "Are there any bad guys?" misspelling the word there. The reason why I'm pointing that out is because Danny could be a young player. I mean, his name is Johnny Danny 12. He was probably born in 2012, making him the oldest free-to-play player on record. As he runs upstairs to look for other players, he only stops to send a simple "shut up" in chat as Ghillie Suit continues to spam the same message over and over. You get this horrible feeling that Dixelar being able to disconnect from the server was a blessing. As Johnny runs around, he turns and stops when he discovers the source of the thudding, another red engineer, repeatedly bashing his head against the floor with a smile on his face. Stunned, he quickly types, "What is that?" You can see the panic in the message, not even being able to use the space properly. He's then approached by a vibrating, stretching mass of vertices and polygons begging for help. As he turns to run away, he disconnects, and the creature stops in place and then disappears. It lets out another distorted heavy line, "Thank you," as it it disappears. Several usernames disconnect from the server, some being from the last animation, but the last being Ghillie Suit. Now this animation is incredibly short, it's only about 2.5 minutes long, but it's also very effective at giving us a bunch of smaller pieces to work with. For one thing, the protagonist of this episode, Johnny Danny 12, is lacking the irony of the first protagonist. He's similarly relatable, but in a way he feels more naive. From his messages, earnest focus on the objective, which is not really common in multiplayer games, it's clear he's lacking in anything but genuine interest in the game itself. Very little is said, but his frantic way of
Ghillie
typing
Suit feels like a
errors
bot.
almost lend themselves to the idea that, you know, he could be a zoomer. This interpretation is actually so popular, the creators made a joke video acknowledging it. Now, more importantly, there's some other things we can now gather about this entity inside the game. It's aware of what's happening around it, and it seems to be trying to gather as many players together as possible. The entity is a mess of horribly mashed together corners and ends of different character models in-game. And when it disconnects from the server at the end, a total of 7 usernames leave the chat. It seems to have
Why did
learned
it go
from
this way
Johnny
again?
12 to move from server to server, as implied by the way it thanks Johnny after he leaves the game. The entity can now leave the
Wonder
server,
what other-
which is terrifying. In the original video, we thought it was trapped to this singular
Can I
server.
actually?
Also, Ghillie Suit,
Oh,
who
I
seemed
bet
to be
you.
warning
I
and
bet you
trying
just
to
used
help
the climbing
Dixon in the original
boots.
video, has
Oh my
now
god.
been compromised and is part of the entity. He was giving genuine advice to Dixalot. If you game end yourself, you're able to leave the server. But despite that, Johnny was also able to leave the server, despite the fact that he never actually game ended himself. If anything, he stood still for a second, almost like his game crashed. But the title of the episode is the empty server migration, almost like the server is being refreshed. Maybe with Johnny Danny leaving to go to another server, the entity
like
is able
host
to use
migration.
him to be able to join a new one. The shot of when Johnny Danny leaves, and I'm going to use this with quotation marks, leaves the server is purposely ambiguous. Was the entity actually able to make contact with him and possibly infect him, or was he just able to escape? That question, for better or for worse, is answered in the titular episode, Server Blight.
So can I still fight Dad?
The next animation,
He
Server
doesn't have
Blight,
any drops.
is a bit different in tone. The kill feed here is active, and our latest protagonist is actually voiced.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. He reads a message from another
Oh.
user, Drain Damage. I'm assuming no correlation to the musical group, Drain Gang.
It's a really great ending to the album.
When he reads the message in the chat, it's very familiar. KYS. Kill yourself. Yeah, you thought I was going to say game end the entire video? Forget that!
Is it okay if I touch you?
Hopefully the
Mhm.
YouTube reviewer doesn't watch this deep in the video and give me limited ads.
Bitch tells me KYS? Fucking pyromanes.
As our protagonist angrily reads this message aloud in the voice channel, we can find out his username, Hector On. He asks a member of his team, who is presumably his friend Aaron, to switch to Soldier so they can carry the game. This is probably the most accurate representation of normal Team Fortress 2 in Server Blight, because when you switch to the Soldier, you don't really need to try
Oh.
anymore. Okay, alright, I'll drop it.
I need 60 agility and I can get in this.
This animation feels a bit more like your typical TF2 animation, as it shows dynamic cuts of them going for kills, as the chat fills with requests for trades and Korean.
Squid Game from the Squid Game.
This is much more familiar. This is what public servers with randoms really feels like. As they get more kills, the feed fills up with names.
Yeah, I probably
Some
should have
familiar.
just went in
It
the
becomes
other way.
evident that the friend Aaron
I forgot
is
how many.
Dixalar, and this foreshadows that something is very quickly off. Hector follows a heavy player, Scuba Master 96. As he gains kill after kill, the chat fills up with messages confused about how he isn't dead. Presumably because he's taken more damage than what should actually be possible. As the game ends and the red team wins, Hector's character dies on the victory screen. Aaron asks him how he does kill binds, a feature commonly used in TF2 to just quickly reset your position to change characters or to mess around. From the interaction, we can gather that whatever this distortion that got Ghillie Suit and maybe Johnny Danny was, Aaron seems to just be hopping in between community servers with his friends, like some people often did before TF2 got overrun with bots for a bit.
One guy? Aaron, we're gonna get stomped. No one plays these community servers, man. Let's play casual.
Hector, irritated, asks why he can't just play casual instead of having to be on a team with just Scuba Master 96. Before Aaron can give a response,
What the
more
fuck was that
detailed
herb
than
patch?
Nah. 11 names join the chat, including the familiar Ghillie Suit. As the names fill, Aaron frantically types in the chat that they have to leave.
The one who just joined? What do you mean?
He won't tell Hector why, other than he recognizes the username in chat. Given the scenario, most people would probably just listen to their friends if something like this happened. But as before, Hector can't leave the server. Aaron asks to killbind and then begins using rockets to self-damage. This implies perhaps the console commands...
Okay, but he's in spawn.
Hector still calmly taking the position of someone a bit more online and level-headed.
Let's fuck this guy up.
Insists they just hard carried the last match, and then it would take more than some simple script to beat them. To him, it's a very dumb game. You could just always Alt F4, right? As they change loadouts and agree to just win the game and move on, yes! Scuba Master 96 solemnly types, "We go together," in the chat.
Idiot.
As they push the cart, the server is devoid of the 11 players who should have just joined the game. Hector, just like a real team player, splits from the cart to get a stray kill, despite Aaron asking him not to.
Yeah, we should. I'm getting that Uber.
As he kills an enemy scout, the player's username enters the feed. Direction Z. Another familiar name if you were paying attention to the kill feed in previous videos, but otherwise faceless beyond his choice at the character selection screen before he lost his way. There's a subtle hint at what's to come here, but if this is your first time watching, I won't spill the beans just yet. Or the hats. Get it? TF2 analogy. Aaron asks Hector if he's alright, with him catching wind that something is definitely wrong.
AIDS?
What?
I should have brought food.
The eerie silence is broken by distant gunfire, maybe from an altercation with Scuba Master 96. As Hector and Aaron return to the cart to push it through the next objective with no resistance, more gunfire rings out in the distance. Something is definitely off. Hector and Aaron leave the cart to check on Scuba Master, finding him away in a far-off corner of the map, staring at a wall like it's a scene from the Blair Witch Project.
Yo, Heavy.
As Hector tries to get his attention, he once again reiterates in chat, "We go together." He slowly turns around. Aaron quickly suggests that the pair should leave the area in chat. As the Heavy faces them, he swallows the model of a hand that seemed like it may have just been reaching towards them. Although he's standing right before them, the messages that are reiterated in chat denote that Scuba Master 96 is dead in-game. Aaron and Hector begin to run away from the Heavy as it sprints towards them, beginning to shout distorted Heavy lines, begging for help, just as before. The messages are repeated in chat, despite the chase continuing. As Scuba Master closes in on Hector and Aaron, they narrowly manage to vote kick him from the server before being grabbed.
The vote kick is clutch.
That they have to leave the map, even if it means jumping off the edge. From this point, it's kind of unclear what's going on. Before, it was agreed that they could just force quit the game, end the task, and then move on. But it seems like they're now completely stuck here. On their way to the nearest pit to jump into, they find an enemy demo man bashing his head.
They literally said earlier they couldn't leave.
If anything, probably in reference to a really infamous scene in the first Dead Space game, where you could find a survivor repeatedly bashing his head until he collapsed onto the ground. Hector stops to investigate before Aaron asks him to stop, insisting that this is some sort of trick by the distortion. They keep heading around the map to the pit. As they reach the outside area, a familiar red engineer with a hat on is laying sideways on the floor. His player model is connected to what looks like a thread made of stretched and deformed digital flesh of his leg. His username enters chat with a small message, Johnny Danny 12. Is this heaven? The message, as all of his others, is a bit naive but very genuine, almost as if he's physically laying in the snow of the game, somehow able to feel the environment around him. As his player model pulses in a slightly unnatural manner, familiar to the way any game acts when a character's animations glitch, he asks in chat again, why is it so cold? Whatever is happening to Johnny here, it's literally for him. You can't write this moment off as out of step tonally with the rest of the story. As with everything else, something is distinctly wrong. And this moment is taken entirely seriously by the narrative. No matter how chronically online Hector might be, or how familiar Aaron is with what's been happening on this community server now. Look, I get it, a lot of people use VR chat a little bit too much to the point that they sleep in-game and then wake up and have like distortions with reality somehow. But this experience
What?
seems to be real for Johnny. Somehow he's been removed from our world and became a part of the game, and he's only been given a fraction of his mental faculties as the entity's grip loosens on him, while it looks to consume more unsuspecting victims just looking to play the game. As Johnny lays on the ground, Aaron changes his weapon, almost as if to affirm he understands what's happening and he wants to end what's going on for Johnny in the only way he knows how to within the game. He approaches the spot Johnny is laying, and a nearby hatch door flies open. As a pulsing mass of arms and fingers stretches towards him, it becomes evident that Johnny is nothing more than a worm on the end of a fish hook, tied to a string of his own virtual synapses and skin. He's bait for the monster to get Hector and Aaron. As Aaron's player model stares with a shocked expression, Hector dashes behind him towards the cliff. Only now can we see what they're looking at. The demo man from before, with 2 extra arms poking out of his shoulders and a second head sprouting from his neck. As they run away from the deformed player, Aaron stops to fire a rocket at him. It splits the monster into pieces, but before the shot shifts to where Aaron is running to, the pieces slide across the floor as if to imply that they are returning to a larger host. Hector and Aaron stop at the familiar upstairs area from a previous animation, this being the place on the map where Aaron first initially ran into the engineer, Gilly's suit, as he was playing the sniper. Aaron seems to have put a bit together, as he explains to Hector that the entity is
I'll ditch the farming tools if I need to.
People.
What? What?
Hector just keeps asking what in confusion. As Aaron explains that it's just repeating voice lines it heard in-game, Hector repeats what he has said in the voice channel in the exact same tone.
What?
As though he is physically being controlled at his keyboard somehow, or someone is playing a recording of his voice.
Suck me off, man.
As Aaron turns around, he looks up to see that the speech bubble for the voice chat is placed incorrectly above Hector's head. What's actually happening becomes immediately apparent from the moment Hector stepped away to chase the scout, direction Z.
What?
He was consumed by the blight. Similarly to the other possessed players, Hector's character model distorts and its mouth opens as a hand reaches from inside the mouth towards Aaron. Again, the fingers stretch, distort, and vibrate in a glitchy manner. The hands of the medic himself reach towards Aaron. Aaron begins to run, and as he does this time, instead of a distorted character's voice, it's instead Hector's. Whatever this thing is inside the game is,
it says don't leave, not join me.
Spirit from his physical body. Maybe his mind left his physical body at the keyboard, an empty corpse that simply lost the player it was inside. Aaron finally manages to dash up a cliff on the map outside the room, and he apologizes in chat before he's able to at least disconnect from the server. The medic's model slowly puts itself back together, the stretched and tearing ends of the model forcing themselves back, and the hand pushing its way into the throat of the medic. As more names enter the chat, the model of the medic smiles, and the screen cuts to black.
What
There's
the
only
fuck?
one final piece of this story to look at, but before we do, we're given so much in this animation that we have to talk about it. For one thing, its title also finally gives us the name for this creature within the game that's consuming the souls of the players it manages to come into contact with. Server Blight. In this name, we're able to theorize a bit more about what's happening. From the get-go, we're given hints that the server blight exists entirely in-game. In the first animation, the empty server, when its function was a bit more abstract, one thing was clear: it's still subject to the rules of the game. When it was chasing Aaron...
Oh, I didn't restore my prayer.
It took full damage in the same way he did when he jumped out of a window. It also only uses voice lines from the game to speak. That is, until later on, when it can use the voices of players as well. The blight is also distinctly driven towards the purpose I mentioned before, consuming more players. Anytime it interacts with another player, it either displays joy in having users as part of its digital mass, or is attempting to coerce or hunt a player so that they can become part of what seems to be a digital consciousness, but at the same time a physically restrained hive mind. The way characters either stretch or reach some off-screen larger body or have distortions hidden within them is evident of one of the blight's most frightening elements: its ability to pretend to be multiple players at once, or take control over multiple players. Much like how many games control bots, the Blight takes command of its victims' positions and the things they're doing. But when it isn't directly doing so, it seems as though its victims may have some control or awareness over themselves. If the Blight were some self-aware function of TF2 itself, maybe it is aware of the aforementioned commander position, and this is why it uses the guise of being on one team or another to control its victims.
Yeah.
This is evident across all of the animations, as the victims display different levels of awareness. In the empty server, it's unclear whether Gillysuit himself is directing Aaron to kill himself, or it's the Blight doing so. The idea that it's the Blight runs counter to the story, as killing yourself in the game seems to be the only way to avoid the Blight. A further clue to this is in the following story, the migration. Isn't it called server migration? When Gillysuit reaches towards
Yes.
Johnny
Oh my
12,
God,
this
Jesus.
isn't done in the same way that a distorted player tends to reach out towards other users. Gillysuit's fingers and arms don't distort or stretch out in ways, despite the Blight being directly behind him, about to run over his body with its pulsating mass of digital limbs. The pieces of info here and there that we've been given through subtext wouldn't suggest this is one of the Blight's ploys for more users. Instead, this seems like whatever was left of the mind of this actual player, Gillysuit, is reaching out to Johnny Danny 12 for help, as though he was physically there. From very early on, it's established that the Blight is able to literally render its victims' souls from their body.
Since I'm in here, I might as well pick up something for myself.
But elements across the videos suggest that you aren't totally assimilated into the Blight's consciousness immediately, but rather it holds a loose grip on you to animate you like a puppet. The virtual aberration pulls you in different directions and forces your body to say things it heard and do stuff that it wants so it can assimilate more people. Through the change in Scuba Master 96's messages that denote that he is in fact dead, it's possible that being the living soul inside the character is entirely physical, and users suffer until they spiritually can't handle the stress of being torn, stretched, and pulled across the server. This idea of an aberration infecting a game and going from one user to the next is done in a much more subtle manner than the means of the creepypastas long since past. If anything, the Blight spreads like a virus, trying to infect as
It's
many
like, I
players
get
as
it,
possible.
but
viruses in the real world aren't inherently evil. They just want to infect people to survive. They have no concept of morality. You could say that the server Blight is similar. It's just some kind of life form or malformation that wants to survive, to thrive, and to spread itself. But at the same time, it's hard to argue against.
I was about to say, I
that,
guess
and
it's
again,
it's
in
the
later
point of the
episodes,
mystery,
medic
but what the
has
fuck it
such a
happens
sinister grin.
to what it supposedly infects? Like, what does it mean?
Another quick thing to mention before moving on to the last part is the dramatic irony of the name Gillysuit. I already briefly touched on it, but a Gillysuit is used to blend into the background of an environment, so you aren't seen by people or possibly the animals that you're trying to hunt. It is most commonly used for hunting, and to me,
It'd be something else if they were like in a Discord
complex, malicious hacker actively playing the game.
and like Hector's using Discord. Well, I mean, it wouldn't work with the voice chat thing over the head in the game, but like,
a program, a bot, a piece of the game itself
I'm not even gonna
looking
try to
consume
structure it.
people as prey. You could make the argument that the Blight is a hunter for sport, but I personally think this drive to assimilate players is very animal-like. The instinct is to assimilate, and over the course of the animations, the Blight learns to hunt more effectively. We'll take more time to focus on the different characters in Server Blight, but first I want to take a look at the last piece we've been given of the narrative for now. Puppet is much more direct about its creepypasta inspirations, wearing the monk here proudly in its YouTube title. The format is also much closer to old video game creepypastas, as it's a first-person monologue told from the perspective of the person haunted by the entity in a game we're familiar with. But because this is the voice of Hector from the last animation, we're given a much more established and personal look at how Hector's familiarity with TF2 as a game didn't actually save him from the server Blight. This is an angle repeatedly used in creepypastas, and one that I'll touch on a bit more in a moment when I finish talking about the events of the server Blight story. But bear in mind the theme of two close friends that are devoted fans of the game that is continuously hunting or tormenting them somehow. Given that context, we see a first-hand account from Hector of what's happened to his body, and it's deeply unsettling in the context of everything we've seen firsthand. To interpret the most
Hairlander
important
seat
parts,
fucking
I think
perfect.
it's best to let it play and analyze the smaller details. Everything feels like it's been building up to this video. I open my eyes. I don't remember falling asleep. It's dark, quiet. I feel numb. I don't remember how I got here. I don't remember much. I was at home, safe. What was I doing? There's a sound. Something shifts in the darkness surrounding me. I call out. The voice I hear doesn't belong to me. No one responds. The feeling gradually returns to my limbs. My body feels disoriented. I try to stand, but I'm stuck. Soft, immovable walls all around me. I call out again. How did I get here? I was at home, by myself. Another sound. The walls contort around me. Gravity inverts as I'm turned upside down. Something is pressing into my neck now. It feels like a hand. I try to move my arms. They aren't where they're supposed to be. My right hand is too
this
far
answers
away.
it, I guess.
My left hand is moving on the wrong side of my body. What's happening? Another sound above me. A gurgling moan, like a person in pain. There's something very familiar about the voice. Am I laying under a pile of bodies? I call out to them, but my mouth won't make the right sounds. The hand pressing into my neck is starting to hurt as sensation returns to my body. Or is it my body? My legs feel too long, my shoulders too broad. Where am I? Everything jolts again. I'm moving now as my entire prison slowly crawls forward, like a centipede lumbering on 100 legs. With every step, a sharp knee stabs into my abdomen, and I can feel cold breath on my left palm. Oh God, I'm freezing. The biting cold startles my returning senses enough to make me shiver. Where am I? In this pile of bodies? Or a pile of corpses? Everything shudders. We hit the ground. I hear a dozen voices groaning in pain. I'm one of them. Fingers dig into my neck. The world rearranges again. I'm laying on my side now. There's an opening in the wall in front of me. Light shines through. What is it? Through the tiny crack in the wall, I see the distinct photocopied textures of Team Fortress 2. I can see pastel blues and snow and stone. What's happening here? Another pained moan. I can see my surroundings now. All red cloth and taut skin. Arms and legs and torsos and faces. All bent and stretched and squirming. Growing fingers pierce the flesh on my neck. We're moving now, scuttling towards the tunnel in the center of the map. Something pulls us along, knitting together a dozen digital bodies to build itself up. I can feel its writhing influence all over my body, pulling my limbs apart, distorting my form. My arms are too long. My legs have too many joints. I am being rebuilt according to some otherworldly blueprint. Our mass forces itself into the tunnel. I can make out something standing on the other end. Another player, I remember. A spy. Helpless. Staring back at our mass. Something smiles behind my head, and all our constituent parts start to scream for help. We barrel down the tunnel as I feel its fingers enter my body. They split, and 1,000 parasitic tendrils wrap around my mind. It wants me to go along with it, to move and scream like the others. I resist. Its smile widens behind my head. It savors my resistance. And then I feel 1,000,000 burning pixels sear my flesh, and I scream for it. The text is very direct about what's happening here, but there are some conflicts with what I allege to be the function and motivation of the server blight. I want to address these and also cover some of the new pieces of info that we're given with. Puppet confirms something that's been evident until now, but hasn't been confirmed due to the story lacking a central narrator. Blights assimilated users aren't just hacked or being controlled by the server manipulating the character's positions and animations. Instead, the server blight requires the spirit or the soul of the players it takes, so it can faithfully recreate their mannerisms. This starts with simple voice lines, but evolves to the blight creating a full recreation of Hector's voice in server blight. The animation where he's assimilated and his friend Aaron once again narrowly avoids the blight. The assimilated users may all
Now
tortured until they aren't able to hold on to their
I
own
feel that.
individual identities anymore. Dying a death of the personal self as they forgot who they were. One particular aspect of this that feels particularly intentional is what's being implied by the name, server blight. The back half of the word is blight, and that's interesting to look at on its own. Blight, most commonly, is a plant disease that follows the growth of fungus. Blight is not like the sort of carnivorous predators that hunt weak and defenseless
Oh my god, my
animals.
window is
Blight
closed.
is devoid of thoughts or intent. It's a sickness. And if it's allowed to spread to every cell in a plant, it'll cause it to rot until growth isn't possible and the entire plant dies. Oftentimes, this rot creates a perfect environment for fungal growth to spread to other plant material and continue to wreak havoc. I want to talk a lot more about my theory on what the server blight is because it's been on my mind constantly. The rest of the video is going to be me just expounding. Expounding? Is expounding even a word? The rest of the video is entirely going to be me expounding upon how it's a lot like The Thing or other stories about an intelligent monster. But I want to talk more about how the server blight isn't entirely like The Thing as well. To my perspective, the server blight can't just be some sort of malicious entity inside TF2, hell-bent on torturing players for the sake of it. The idea of it all just being a vague idea of fun or something else leaves me pretty unsatisfied. Even with the text in the puppet suggesting that there is an intelligent entity at play here, and it's only physically controlling the people it assimilated through somehow searing the digital nerves like a red-hot puppet on strings. I believe that this is really an organic function of its desire to spread by any means possible, and not an extension of the creature's desire to torture for the sake of it. Take the following quote from the end of the video. There's a repeated allusion to the idea that the server blight is an entity that takes joy in the suffering, and maybe it purely is for the abstract idea that an eldritch horror would just love torture. But I still do think it's deeper than that. I think the motivation of the blight is taking advantage of the way TF2 was overrun with bots. But I think the story is trying to apply a supernatural reasoning for such an event. The server blight is consuming the souls of players and taking their usernames to further its one sole purpose: to spread and assimilate more. I don't think this is an extension of a malicious intent or a wish to harm for the sake of it. I think that when it started, the blight was growing all on its own inside the empty server from the first two animations. Perhaps, like other creepypasta, this is an extension of the game somehow growing to be self-aware in some way. I'm going to shift now to talking about the horror the server blight is reminiscent of, but I'm also going to contrast specific elements from those stories that make it clear to me that the blight is not entirely like one monster or another. Alright, let's jump into it for real. You're caught up. Now, I could just yap at you about all the other good horror series that this reminds me of, but I can also talk about the events in these stories or canonical descriptions of the monsters in them. This makes the blight an entirely new kind of monster. Up front, I do want to warn you that there'll be some minor spoilers for NES Godzilla creepypasta, which came out 13 years ago, and also major spoilers for The Thing, which came out 42 years ago. So, I mean, to be fair, you've probably had enough time to catch up on both of these.
Oh.
Now, I've been alluding to The Thing constantly because of how undeniably similar it is to server blight. From here on out, I'm going to establish what I consider to be major tenets of the way the server blight thinks, and support those with excerpts from other stories that contrast with the blight in a way that make it apparent that just because it thinks doesn't mean it feels. Just like an NPC who acts happy when they do the thing that they're designed to.
Alright, screw you.
Maybe the blight is merely designed to delight in performing its function.
I'm the Joker, baby.
Perhaps the blight is designed to pretend as though it enjoys fulfilling its purpose of assimilating players. This is a really dense concept to actually pick apart, so let's extrapolate it to stories that have a more established conversation surrounding them.
I know I'm human. And if you were all these things, then you'd just attack me right now.
So, if the blight is intelligent enough to imitate people, and even pantomime emotions like distress or delight, why am I convinced that it doesn't feel? That even in its clear self-awareness or direct delight to tormenting its victims, I can be so certain this being doesn't have a truly human understanding of emotion.
There's one thing we can do that they
Stop making the exams harder.
empathize with the suffering of another living creature.
There's one simple theme in The Thing that supports this. The Thing is intelligent, and the movie spends its entire runtime beating into you that it's not just self-aware. It knows enough about feelings to constantly stay ahead of the main cast of the film.
Surprise!
Now, I am getting a bit ahead of myself before we can talk about why The Thing and server blight aren't totally synonymous. Let's establish an understanding of the setting the former takes place in. If within talking about this, any of you think, wow, that sounds really cool?
This sucks, man.
I really do insist that you pause the video and spend like $6 or something to find a copy of the thing to watch.
Wow, they have it!
I swear to God, it's free to watch on YouTube.
Way too good at establishing an atmosphere of anxiety for your first exposure to be a YouTuber talking about it. I'll give you as little as possible to understand the monster, but you'll seriously do yourself a disservice if you don't watch it first and then soak it in. But let's be real, you're watching a YouTube video, bro. You're probably not even watching it. You're probably watching it on your second monitor where you're playing 6 Siege and scrolling TikTok at the same time. And then you complain on Twitter about how your attention is absolutely cooked. The thing centers around a North America-run research base in Antarctica and the sudden contact of its crew with an intelligent extraterrestrial being capable of imitating the cells of any creature that it assimilates. The movie mostly centers around how the main character, McCready, the helicopter pilot, tries to avoid the thing.
Damn it, child, torch it!
And how his ability to communicate with his co-workers deteriorates.
We just landed in Antarctica and we're gonna survive the next 50 hours here. We're literally
We're going to focus on some of the other team members that either get the most screen time or are very clearly assimilated.
Where's Blair?
However, there are many moving parts to this story, and also to establish all 12 of the crew members just so a timeline of events makes sense. Aside from McCready, who we already mentioned, there's Clark, the dog handler, Blair, the foremost scientist character, and his assistant biologist, Fuchs. The mechanics, Childs, who later went on to play the Arbiter in Halo.
You must abide. We trade one villain for another. I'm coming.
And his stoner assistant, Norris,
Why?
the geologist, Bennings, the meteorologist,
In the beginning.
Dr. Copper, the site medic and physician, Gary, the commander who acts as a sort of site leader,
He was gay, Gary?
Knowles, the cook, and finally Windows, the radio operator. Still with me? No? Alright, don't worry. We're going to focus more on the confirmed assimilations in the film. There are specific moments in the thing that make it clear when the victims are assimilated. They're gone. There's no more element of personal awareness or control. The thing has a surprisingly deep understanding of social dynamics and how to manipulate people.
emergency meeting. Right in the front of that table. I don't like that guy. Back off.
The climbing boots give me more attack
How good it is at imitating life.
Lungs, kidneys,
than the steel boots.
intestines. Seem to be normal.
The thing is an extraterrestrial being that can assimilate with the cells of any organism it comes into contact with. At the start of the movie, there is a very obviously infected dog being chased around the Antarctic wilderness by some Norwegians shooting at it in a helicopter, which is also...
You keep saying very obviously infected. What are you fucking talking about? If you go watch the thing, you can't tell what's infected and what isn't. That's the whole point of the fucking thing.
The dog wanders into the Americans' camp as it's running from the helicopter. And because of a language barrier, the Norwegians are unable to communicate why they're so hell-bent on killing the dog. In a panic, the helicopter is blown up by a stray grenade one of the pilots is carrying. Fuck. And the surviving one realizes that the American crew clearly don't understand how dire the situation is. He begins to open fire, but because of his absolutely horrendous aim, he misses the dog and shoots the person that it was licking. I'd like to point out, by the way, he's using the G3 SG-1, literally the most expensive sniper in Counter-Strike 2, and yet he still missed. The Americans understandably misinterpret his actions as needlessly hostile, and he's shot dead by the research site's commander, Gary. Gary isn't really relevant to the other parts I'm going to mention, so all you have to do is remember that he led the research site before the thing showed up. From here, again, like I said, I'm going to avoid spoiling major events of the movie and talk about a few confirmed victims of the monster, mostly to see that you know how the monster got to the site. A lot of the focus of this film is not much of the thing, and more so the interpersonal fallout between the crew. There are multiple scenes in the movie that are just arguments about who got infected, and it's a reminder that the thing is a blueprint for so many other monsters. I mean, just for comparison, the thing has a runtime of just under 2 hours, but yet the best part of the film, the monster, only has around 15 minutes of screen time. Which reminds me of another video I covered, Far Cry 3, where one of the best aspects of that game, Vars, only had around 20 minutes of screen time. No! And that's a game that takes anywhere between 15 to 20 hours to complete. Sometimes less really is more. Now, most importantly, the first confirmed human victim of the thing, out of the North American crew, is the meteorologist we mentioned before, Bennings. Prior to his on-screen assimilation, there are hints that other members aren't actually human anymore.
How long were you alone with that dog?
I don't know, an hour and a half, maybe. What the hell are you looking at me like that for?
But we're not focusing on the mystery as much as the thing's function.
This is pure nonsense. Doesn't prove a thing.
One thing I will say, I am so sick of people doing the thing theories and saying, oh, but Childs, he didn't have any cold breath at the end. That means he's the thing. Despite the fact that the game, which is a direct continuation of the film and confirmed canon by John Carpenter,
oh shit,
explained that isn't the case. After the Norwegians attack, they investigate their base and find a bunch of old tapes and a horribly disfigured body with 2 faces. Autopsy reveals that it still has human organs, and given the nature of the site as a research facility, they initially decide to archive the body. Through happenstance, Bennings is left alone with the body right after he ironically calls it the find of the century.
We ought to just burn these things.
You can't burn the find of the century. That's going to win somebody the Nobel Prize.
We then see him dragged away by the thing, and the next time the crew are able to find him, his arms are beginning to disfigure, and when he opens his mouth, only a demonic shriek comes out. Understanding it, and this is why there are basically 2 autopsy scenes very close together prior to to analyze here is the clear difference between the server blight and the thing in nature. The thing is not limited to typical organic laws of alive and dead. The part of the thing that infects Bennings comes from the burned remains found at the Norwegian research site, shown shortly before Bennings is killed. We see human organs physically removed from the split-faced corpse the thing comes from as well. From this we know that at the very least, the thing doesn't need these organs to stay alive. The blight, on the other hand, has to abide by strict game mechanics in multiple ways. Though it can move servers, as of right now, the implication is still largely that it's restricted to the individual server it's on. And so far, the moderation tools within the game still work, despite the blight's ability to keep players from leaving and the far much more fantastic concept of users being ripped from their bodies somehow. And also the fact that the blight can apparently be kicked from the game, but we don't actually know where it goes afterwards. If anything, it could be kicked out to contaminate another server. The main element that sort of ties the server blight to the thing in function here is the very clearly similar split-faced demo man that gets blown up in the server blight animations, only to slither across the floor. It feels important to note that the pieces slither across the floor as if to rejoin a larger, more threatening mass to attack again, whereas the thing infects other organisms. They've sort of become like a worm that's been cut in half. I had to use the scene from the Thing remake there because it was a perfect analogy, even though I don't like that film. There's the initial mass the thing comes from, and other beings it's infected. They're individually intelligent rather than having a direct, constant physical connection to each other. The server blight often appears limited in this way, or as if the victims have to become a mass for some reason. Multiple times in the story, we see stretched pieces of the character that seems to go beyond our perspective, as if direct connection